Good morning. I hope everybody's having an amazing Saturday morning. So far, it's blue and sunny on this end. And I hear myself in my other ear. Let me turn my other volume off. That should do it. Well, it looks like we're the only ones here. So let me bring in my guest, my cohort. I'm not sure it's my guest. I think he's more of a Saturday morning part-time partner. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you today? Let me see how I'm going to put us, that way or this way.
Are we on?
We're on
by our lonesomes.
So far. Did I freeze myself? Damn, I froze my own screen.
They didn't want to talk about birds again.
No, they'll be here. There'll be some. They got to get they're grabbing their coffee, and I'm being optimistic, but
it's 19 degrees here this morning.
Wow, you're having a heat wave.
Yeah, it's supposed to be in the upper 30s here within a few on Monday. I think it's going to be up in the upper 30s. So
it's supposed to warm up here. I think it's supposed to be colder tonight and tomorrow, but then it's supposed to do that here too. But probably be up in the 40s or something. It's in the I don't know if it's supposed to be in the low 20s or the teens. I think tonight. I don't know what it was last night or this morning when I got up. I didn't even look. But it's the sun shining and the blue sky, and there ain't no rain or snow. So it's probably going to be a decent day.
My wife just got up.
I see you looking at her. I heard her.
She's I try to let her sleep. She gets up so early through the week, but the dogs are all clamoring to be fed. So they're not good for leaving you asleep very long.
No. How's that pup doing?
He's good. He's getting more he's getting a bit mischievous, and he ate an Ernest Thompson Seton drawing book for me the other day.
Oh no! And he's still alive?
Oh yeah, it's a reprint. He just ate part of the cover, but
that's good. I was gonna say that's serious. That's serious offense there.
Yeah, but he's a pretty good puppy. He just figured out that he needs to go outside every time, just regardless of how cold it is.
Not just part of the time, but all the time.
Yeah, he likes to. If it's cold outside, he'll just go in the house. But he'll get that figured out.
Well, that proves one thing. He ain't stupid.
He ain't stupid.
I was trying to find you ever see one of these?
I don't know what that is. I see it. What is it?
It's a standard for measuring like micrometers and things. I figured you would have seen one of them in your dad's shop. It's a standard. It's a calibrated length, so you can set your tool.
Oh, so you can set your Dad must have them, because we were always, especially with the calipers.
Yeah,
we'd have to adjust those occasionally. So
yeah,
the mics were always set, kind of stayed set. But
I've never tried to. I don't know if I've ever tried to actually adjust a mic or not. Most of the time they were okay, so I didn't have to fool.
Sometimes on the calipers you just would run them closed and adjust it to 0 there.
Yeah.
Make sure nothing was in the jaws.
I still have a habit of wiping when I use them. I don't use them much anymore, but I'm using them more now. But I have a habit of wiping the jaws off every time I use them.
Probably hear that.
I do. Is that feeding time?
They're well,
Like,
the puppy's playing, and everybody else wants to eat. Yeah, nobody's been fed, babe.
my fault, Shauna. I'm sorry about that. Tell her I take the blame.
They do better when.
Good morning. Good to see you, ma'am. You snuck in here on me. I turned my head for 1 minute, and there you are. You're out and about. Okay. Are you doing swim lessons today? What are you doing out and about on a cold day like this? You guys are sub-zero, aren't you? She may not be. She may not be able to answer right away either. So, hey, you want to wake up and see Aaron? Well, you probably can't see you right now, though. Anyway, I had been looking for. I was out in my garage looking for briefly looking for. That was a neat trick. You disappeared and then came back.
I'm just trying to cut the glare down. Not that folks want to see me anyway, but there. Got our little farmhouse sign.
There you go.
My wife's farmhouse sign. Yeah.
Whose?
Well, I tell her it's a ranch house, and she tells me it's a farmhouse.
Okay. Anyway, I was out in the garage looking for a dial indicator last night, and because I think I've got two, and I just found this, so I brought it in. I thought, well, I'm going to check my caliper with it, and this is a 1-inch standard, so we'll see. I found a depth mic. I've got a set of depth mics that have a flat bottom and the stem goes in and out.
Yeah.
And but not both ends. It's not like a C clamp kind of thing. And that was in that.
You just set it on top and dial her down, and you can.
Yeah, and I got to check. I want to check. I'm getting back into reload. I want to get back into reloading, and I've got a. Especially if I get, not if, when I come out there, if I get to hunt, I was going to bring my Harriet, which is a kind of a long distance 35 caliber, not super long distance, but I always liked it. It shoots a 30. You take a 30-30 case, at least I did, and you neck it up. You make it bigger in the throat, and you put a bigger bullet in it, and you can use like a 30, like a 357 size bullet.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, most 35s are 357 or 358 rather. And I never have figured that out. Most things, it's like 357s ain't always 357. 44 Magnums aren't 44 caliber usually. They're usually less than. I don't know why they rounded them. Anyway, they did. And I was having trouble with accuracy on it. I never could get I think I was doing something to the brass and not getting it shaped right or something. And I was having trouble with accuracy. And I found this guy out there that's done a lot of work with TC. I'm talking about Contenders. And
right.
So he's got some stuff, and I'm about to decide. I always thought I had a headspace problem. And I probably do have a headspace problem, but I didn't really understand it as well as I thought I understood what that meant better, but I don't think I did. So I'm going to measure some stuff and see where I'm off at, because he makes shims and has ways to fix that. So I'm going to try to fix that.
Well, I have a headspace problem, and it's from here to here.
I'm not sure if that one counts or not. I have an air gap from here to here.
Gets whistly sometimes. Kind of gets hollow sounding in there.
Echoes. I hate the echo. I thought my wife was in here, but she's not said hi yet, so I guess she's not. Let's see if that rouses her. She said, "Shut your door so I can hear you better," but I haven't seen her, so I don't know if she is or not. I gotta go back out. We got to refill our bird feeders again. We just did that a few days ago.
Yeah,
they don't last long right now, especially with the pigs I got eating on them.
Yeah, we have days where, especially the seed feeder, I can fill, or Sean will fill those seed feeders up, and they'll eat them in a day.
What kind of seeds?
It's just a mix, a wild bird mix, and then we've got sunflower feeders.
Yeah,
and then we've got, which tend to stay a little more full. Unless certain bird species show up, and then they'll just clean those out. But then we've got
Gustus.
Huh?
I said like Mulus Gustuses.
Yeah, those
that bird.
When they show up, they really get emptied, and the feeder gets busted. But then,
oh yeah,
we've got 3 soot feeders hanging. And the chickadees like that so much, and I love having chickadees around. And the magpies love them too.
Yeah, I bet.
That's who I battle. Like your squirrel battle, I battle the magpies, so I've hung all the soot feeders on bungee cords.
Oh yeah, you were telling me. So they bounce or something, don't they?
Yeah, so they land on the soot feeder, but then it's bouncing up and down, and it just makes them drop off of there a little quicker. But we've got some real aerial masters that have got some of these older, bigger magpies. I can see them; they'll almost hover and clean those feeders right out
without ever touching them, or that land.
Well, they barely, they'll land like on the very bottom of the little soot basket.
Yeah.
And they're those little square soot blocks, and you put it in a basket, and they'll just barely land on the bottom of it, and then they'll keep flying or keep flapping, and it's almost like a giant hummingbird.
Man, don't tell me they're not adaptable or adaptive or smart.
Well, and being corvids, they got more brains than I do anyway.
Yeah,
so
that's true. That's funny because I hardly ever have a crow. I have crows here, but I hardly ever see one of them around the feeder. Of course, they may just be too smart for that. Well, I don't know. They're not. A friend of mine thinks they're getting arrogant because people don't shoot crows anymore like they used to years ago.
Right.
And which is fine. I mean, I don't want them all killed out either. But my dad used to talk about people going out and dynamiting the roofs.
Yeah.
And when he was a little kid, I can't imagine that today. But I can't imagine that many crows for one thing. But I've seen some fairly big flocks, but nothing like, according to him, nothing like he had when he was growing up.
Yeah, there was a time where they were a bit of a plague.
Yeah.
and gray squirrels too.
Oh yeah, I know gray squirrels can be.
I've talked about those big, and it still happens in places in Arkansas and Louisiana. And they still get those big gray squirrel migrations where just thousands of squirrels are moving through the forest all at one time, and it must be quite the spectacle. But
I would think so. I'd love to have seen that. I mean, I know it still happens sometimes, but I can remember reading tales of that, especially in more pioneering days when there was. But I'm sure that even back then they probably did that and then probably cycled through and had a low time, and then wouldn't you think? I mean, I bet that happened when populations got high.
But they used to they even talk about them so many squirrels like in southern Ohio that they had a bounty on them. They didn't have a bounty, they had a tax. So like when my grandpa, my when my mom's dad, who was born in the 1800s, when he was a little boy, they literally had a tax for farmers that you had.
Uh-oh. You froze on me.
The squirrels.
I
And
lost you there for a minute. You froze up. Say that again.
I said they had a tax where you had to turn in squirrel tails. You were charged
Well, damn, it must not want me to hear that.
population because they're eating all of our crops.
How many you ever remember him saying how many squirrel tails they had to turn in a year?
No, but I mean, it was like every adult male in the family had to like submit squirrel scalps, basically. and they'd talk about, they'd come in by the thousands.
Oh, I know.
And literally like eat a cornfield.
Yeah, that's what I remember hearing about. They'd go through a cornfield and just pick it clean. And then move on to the next cornfield they could find and just keep going. It was,
and they,
that's amazing.
They crossed the Ohio River. They would swim from Ohio to Kentucky. I mean, it's just crazy. It'd be cool to see something like that. But
yeah, it would. I
think we got too many human beings now. I don't think it's probably going to happen till we're gone.
Yeah, probably not. But I guarantee you, when we're gone, if they're not all dead, they'll be back. I have faith in them. That's like crows and coyotes. They'll be. Native Americans always said they'd be the last two things left. So
yeah,
I'm not sure which one of those two I'd pick to win out. I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't the crow, though. My buddy Steve Cottrell, he said
Blackfoot. I think it'll be Blackfoot.
You think so? My buddy Steve Cottrell, he thinks crows are just arrogant now. He says, look at them. We used to have someone come out and sit in some. We had a little row of pine trees that were in front of our trailer when our office was out in a triple wide out by the. Good morning, Miss Brenda Pruitt. Morning, mountain man. Good morning, mountain woman.
Morning, ma'am.
And he said they'd get out and some of them would come up in those trees and sit there and call, kind of like they're hollering at you in the trailer. That's why he took it. He thought they were personally calling you out. And he said, because they know we ain't going to do nothing about it. He said, they used to not be so arrogant like that. He said, they went back when they were hunted all the time. People shot them. They didn't do that. He's probably right. Because they're not dumb.
Yeah, it's definitely a different era. I mean, one of the most fun I ever had was calling crows and hunting crows and putting the owl decoy on the post and
oh, that'll do it.
And calling them in, and I can't even do that call anymore. I'm scratchy enough. I talk to the ravens all the time though. They're pretty easy to. They're easier. They sound more like humans, so
they've got a deeper, raspier call.
Yeah, and it's just little bell notes and things.
Good morning, John.
Good morning, John.
How are you this morning, sir?
Hopefully not froze up.
He had a good snow the other day.
Yeah.
I can't remember how much he said they got.
Well, that whole part of the country looked like it got pounded.
Yeah, I know they got some of it. They didn't get as much as like Boston got.
Boston got the highest level they'd ever recorded
in one day? Yeah,
in one day. Yep,
almost 24 inches, or near 2 foot,
which would be 24 inches.
Yeah, say you just ruined it now. I made it sound. Yeah, dang, I got nearly 2 feet of snow. Anyway, it was But I think John said they had several inches. I know he had a little video. I think he posted on Instagram or somewhere and showed they had at least 8 inches, which is
Yeah,
more.
we didn't get any to speak of this last deal. We were potentially going to, and it just got cold here. Just
I think your wind blew too much.
yeah,
16 inches. Oh, it's all melted. He said they got 16 inches though. That's
yeah.
better.
Mom and Dad had 8 or 10 inches
Did
too.
they?
Yep.
I haven't seen that much snow since I was a yonker. I don't think
we got like 20 below zero though. That was fun.
that's always fun. Oh God. I was right about I was watching the Olympics again last night and they were snowboarding and they were showing conditions up there on the mountain and it was 5 below zero. They were out there. Well, yeah, it said Fahrenheit. So
did they actually run some events last night? Because we watched the opening ceremonies.
Yeah, I did too. And then I watched. Yeah,
and then they started just running it again, the same exact.
Yeah.
And so we just turned it off. It was getting towards midnight anyway.
Well, USA Channel had some snowboarding.
Well,
they but it was -5 up there, and I checked. It was Fahrenheit, so those people were out there in some pretty cold weather. They were. I mean, they're usually dressed pretty warm, but they were. They seem to be handling it okay. Modern technology. There's some pretty warm clothes out there for people to active wear, I guess.
Well, and if you're flitting around like that and doing loops in the air, and
yeah, but I'll tell you something. Going down the mountain, that air rushing in your face, that'll
wake you up in the morning.
Oh yeah, it will. I'll guarantee you that. So it is cold over there. It's they're not out there just sunbathing. That's for damn
Well,
sure.
it looked cold, and the one dude from America Samoa come in there in his native garb, and I thought, man, you got to be cold.
He was all greased up, I think that's probably trying to stay warm.
Yeah.
Or he looked all greased up anyway. I always think of Indians and bear grease.
Yeah, he had all those boar's tusks around his neck and everything, and he looked cold to me.
Brenda was wondering if those were real, and I said, "Well, I
bet they were."
Yeah, because that is a food. They probably hunted with a spear or something too.
Yeah.
Who was it? Was it since when did we go from service?
What does that mean?
I don't know. Where'd you get that? She must be watching. There must be a food show of some sort on TV. I don't know. I'm not sure when charcuteries got to be the word to say. He definitely complimented the outfit. Now she's back to that Samoan guy. So now she's just being ugly.
He just looks stupid to me.
He looked cold to me. And I bet he was. I don't know how cold it was there. I mean, I know, like I said, on the mountain.
They said just after that, they said it was 18 degrees in that stadium.
Oh, well, that's pretty cold to be half naked.
And I thought, well, some people just don't have too much sense.
Or just dedicated, I guess. I was watching the news and they were talking about food. I want to know when we just quit calling it like a meat and cheese plate or something. That's what I'd call it. Maybe on a board. It's usually on a board. Oh, he can come to your house and do Olympics anytime. Where are you going to put me down in the basement? Lock me up.
You got to stay downstairs.
Yeah. I'll throw you some food once in a while. You just stay down there. Anywho, John Carroll's about somewhere, but I think she's out and about in her car this morning. I don't know if she's doing swim lessons or if she's just out doing errands, but she said she was out and about. Well, you can probably see that if it's not scrolled off the screen. Oh, she's home now. Teddy, you want to say hi to Carol? Hey. You want to say hi to Carol? He shook his head no. Hey, you want to get up? He's worse than a teenager.
He don't want up there.
Hey, you want up? No, I guess he don't. He'll come around in a few minutes. He'll when he gets up wants to put a lock on the door. And they'll come and find me, and there'll be a padlock on the outside of the door. I wonder through that. What in the world is going on here?
What is that? What is that smell?
Yeah. They'll find a guy that looks like Howard Hughes. I remember seeing pictures supposedly of him. He looked pretty rough when he died.
He looked pretty rough.
She said that she had to drive her son and his baby to a meet, 90-mile round trip. Wow. Then swim lessons. You guys, are your roads cleared off, Carol, or is it still? Maybe your roads never got bad for you, right? And you guys know how to take care of them anyway. I know that, but you're used to it. Just throw the salt to it and buy a new car next year.
We don't use it at all out here. We use
gravel,
just grit. You know, yeah. They plow it to where it's got a good, nice, slick sheen, and then they pour sand on it.
Well, that works sometimes better than a lot of other stuff. Yeah. I hate it though when it starts melting on. If you ride a motorcycle, you hate that stuff because it collects and corners and curves and man, North Carolina uses a lot of sand or grit of some sort and
it hard on windshields.
Yeah, that too. State uses a lot of brine here now. And some places still spread, rock salt or whatever. But
right,
main roads are good. Side streets are iffy. My car handles it well, though. You drive something that's all-wheel drive, Carol, or four-wheel drive, or just front-wheel drive. I wouldn't say rear-wheel drive because there's not much out there that's rear-wheel drive anymore. But that stuff piles up in the corners and when you lean into it, your motorcycle will just slide right up under you.
Your wife's still cooking up ideas for you. She's going to dissect you and sell your organs.
Oh my God! Well, at least let me die first.
You gotta turn her off of them TV shows.
No kidding. She's watching too many shows about autopsies. They're gonna come get me one day, and she's gonna say he died yesterday, but I had some work to do. I need to check some things. And they're gonna say, well, he looks like a damn frog in biology class.
Hey, you two, knock it off.
Oh, well, that's good, Carol. Can I ask you what you got? What kind of four-wheel drive? Oh, what was that noise? I hear that. Is that the little one or another one?
So my border collie is laying down on his belly, and the little dog has climbed clear up on his back, grabbing him by the neck. And then one of our older dogs is laying there beside him, and she's just growling.
Oh, she's the one growling. I figured that was Boudreaux growling. I figured he was just being a big dog.
He'll get put in his place here in a minute.
Oh, I bet he will. She bought a Ford Exploder. I don't think they call them anymore, though. She says they sound cute.
Yeah, they're cute. They're about to get thrown outside. Because they'll get real noisy here in a minute, probably. They can go out there and run the whole prairie. They got all kind of room.
What is now? What's she talking about? I think she meant day before yesterday. Oh, rain all day. Yeah, we had some rain this week.
Did it freeze?
Huh?
Did it freeze?
No, we didn't. No, it was. Well, it may have some in places. I'm sure it did outside the valley a little bit because it was cold enough. But down here, it just melted what little snow was left, and because we did have a little bit of snow the other day, and then it got gone pretty quick. It didn't amount to anything much. I mean, it was more than we got last time around. It was enough to kind of cover the ground, but last time it was truly a skiff. It didn't amount to much of nothing. But this last time it was a little better, or a little more. I say better. I'm still waiting for that snow up to a big Indian, knee deep to a big Indian, as they used to say where I came from.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think it's going to happen here. I'm going to have to move north to get that.
But you're not missing much.
Well, I know, but I think we got I like seasons. I don't like it to be summer, spring, summer all the time. I mean, it'll stay warm enough around here now that stuff starts leafing out 2 months earlier than it used to.
Yeah,
which is not good because things will bud. That's what happens to the mass crop around here. The oaks will bloom out and then they'll get frost bit. And hey, Kay, good morning, ma'am. Good to see you too. How are you this morning? Did I say that already?
No.
Okay, good.
Maybe not.
Why am I fly bear today? I'm fly bear today because eventually we're going to talk about birds. I was just letting some more people show up. So that makes me fly bear. I could have said bird bear, bird brain bear. That might have fit. Now that I think about it.
They're having a big old time now.
Yeah, I can hear it.
Crashing and
and there's nothing better though than a puppy wrestling with something because they growl and grunt and carry on like they're just big dogs. It's just,
well, my border collie is amazingly good with him. He's he doesn't well, he's getting a little rough now.
Yeah, I heard that. He's had enough.
Yeah. It's funny.
Jake? No.
Huh?
What's your border collie's name? Is it Jake? No.
Hank.
Hank. He's not that old, is he?
Hank the cow dog.
Hank the cow dog.
Yeah, there's a children's book series called Hank the Cow Dog.
Oh, okay.
And he's head of ranch security.
Oh, okay.
So, he'll go running across the pasture herding horses or whatever, and that puppy's trying to keep up with him now, and it's pretty funny.
I bet. Was he teaching the puppy anything about herding?
Because he's got little stumpy legs. Yeah, he'll know some anyway. He's
got that in.
He's a half breed, so
right. Well, that's what I was thinking. He might have him working livestock.
Yeah,
good.
He can go herd the chickens.
As long as you don't get into the eggs.
Mm-hmm.
We got some eggs yesterday from the grand hens. Kelly's chicken. Brenda brought home a dozen from up there. She went up there. That's where Simon's laid to rest. We have a family pet cemetery up there at her house.
Oh, a haunted spot.
Look at that.
I did.
Now she's going to use me for compost.
Carol said that she had one of the Hank the Cowdog books.
Got it in Montana.
Yeah.
I don't know if I've ever seen Hank the Cowdog or not.
They got them on tape. We have them on tape or on whatever you call that now. Audio books.
Yeah.
Yeah, we went, Sean and I went somewhere. I don't remember where we were going, and that was our traveling books to listen to as we were driving down the road.
I've been listening to my Oregon Trail book. I don't know, I'm probably 3/4 of the way through it.
They're west of Wyoming now, certainly.
Yeah, they are. They just they passed through your country. I haven't actually had it on in a few days because I hadn't been out. I've been trying to kind of listen to it when we're in the car doing something, so I'm saving it for that. But I need to just go ahead and finish that one, start another one. But yeah, they just came out of your country, and actually they're into Idaho a little bit, and I don't know. I don't think they're through Idaho yet. So they came pretty close to you, though.
Yeah, right through this valley where I live, and then they get there west of Kimmer, and there was all kinds of stuff that happened. Right, lots of people died right in that area for some reason that are known.
Carol, best we can tell, Brenda thought Chloe was looking for him last night. Spooky, he probably don't even notice. I don't think he's just in his own world these days. But he probably noticed Simon's food bowl's not there, because he used to always go check out Simon's food bowl. Not that Simon didn't leave a lot of food for anybody usually, but sometimes he would if he got off, because he was a checker too. He'd go check Chloe and Teddy's and make sure they didn't leave anything for him. But I think it's kind of changed. I'm not sure Teddy has made much difference him one way or the other. I'm not sure. You can't tell. I haven't seen him hunting for him, but Chloe was wandering around the house last night. I think she was, but she was bigger buddy to Simon. Teddy and Simon, well, they would lay together sometimes, but they were also kind of rivals, I think, in some ways. But now Teddy's king of the house, so he don't have to worry about any of that as he lays here snoozing. But it affected us, that's for dang sure. But it was also, honestly, it was also a bit of a relief. He wasn't, ever since he had his accident, there's been something wrong with his back or his pelvis area. I think there was nerves messed up back there, and I don't think muscles worked right. And his tail drooped, so I know he couldn't live. He couldn't hold his tail. He didn't hold his tail up anymore. And whatever he did, he made a big thud that night. Unfortunately, Brenda or I, either one, actually saw it happen, so we're not sure. But he used to get up on this one cat tree in particular, and we have a bad feeling that Chloe might have been partly responsible. She was bad to get up there and get on a perch above him or below him and sit there and swat his ears. That's kind of how she is with everybody. She is such a diva. But it's hey, you awake? You want to say hi to Carol? Yeah, I was talking about you. Come here. Come here and say hi to Carol. Since you're awake. Oh, good God. Say hi, Miss Carol. Say, I have a boo boo on my face. I think that was probably a him and Simon thing. He bit him right there on the cheek. And it got kind of swollen up for a day or two. I was watching it, I'm making sure it didn't get infected, but we put some medicine on it. It's he lost some hair there, but it'll probably come back, I imagine. And a couple of whiskers. He had a couple of whiskers that broke off. I could see them down at the. He'd let me look at it. He actually was pretty good about letting me doctor on it a little bit. He didn't. I'm pretty sure there's 2 teeth marks in there, so somebody got him in the lip or in the jaw. Well, you're being pretty calm today. Why are you looking down though? Look at the camera. No, you ready to go? Is that all you got to say? All right. He's all bullcat, that's for sure. Anywho, oh there's Brenda. Yeah, he's healing up good. I think it's better. Like I said, it's still the hair ain't there, but it won't. It'll take a little while for that to grow back. He was much better at letting me doctor that than he is about letting me clip his claws. He is terrible about trimming his claws, and they need to be clipped right now. He gets on me and makes biscuits, as Brenda says, and he just um, wears me out. You can tell we have cats. I have shirts full of holes. Yeah, Teddy and Simon had a part-time rivalry kind of. Teddy Simon liked to he tried to dominate Teddy for a long time. He'd get him down, hold him down, but I told him one day he was going to regret that, and I think Teddy was about starting to get the better of him. Teddy's real mild mannered though. He don't nothing much phases him, does it? It takes a lot to get me riled up.
Don't step away just a minute. Be right back.
All right. Yeah, they're pretty much, Carol. They're kind of like kids in a way. Um, but Simon, I guess since he was been here, well, he hadn't been here longer than Spooky, but Spooky was so aloof. He just kind of stayed away from everybody else. He has for years, and even back when he's had other cat friends that he's outlived now, and he may outlive us the way he's going. We think he might. He's working on it. He's already 21, I think. John, did you? I don't guess you got to go clamming or fishing, have you? If you're in here, he was talking about doing some clamming the other day. Oh, hopefully he's still here, Mark. He does an interesting thing too, almost like you do, with vets. He works with wounded. Well, he's still here. So I sent you my truck. Oh, I don't know. Yeah, send that to me, John, and I'll send it to Mark via email or something. But what was I saying?
The truck you drove in the military, John?
What was I getting ready to say?
I don't know.
I don't either now.
It had to do about hunting?
It might have. It might have. Fishing, clamming.
You were talking about clamming. And then you said that John did some stuff with vets.
Oh yes, he can tell you, but he was working with vets or is working. They do like a charter fishing thing and take vets out on a boat.
Oh, cool.
He works with a guy. I guess it's got a boat or does that, or I don't know exactly how it works, but I know they get soldiers recommended to, I guess, Wounded Warrior too, or you. I think you do some. And I thought that was kind of cool that he's doing that.
Well, and if we get them through, if we get Wounded Warriors, we can actually buy a resident hunting license. I mean, I can go buy an elk license, for instance, and give it to a guy.
Yeah, I need.
You can't transfer licenses otherwise legally, but so we've done Wounded Warriors because of that, because we can, give those guys that opportunity and it's guaranteed. If you're non-resident,
it's not guaranteed.
There's no guarantee unless if you're come through Wounded Warriors. So
that's cool. I didn't realize that.
That's why we work with that particular organization, because we have a law that allows for that. But if we've got, a veteran, because not all of our vets are wounded.
Right.
They're just vets. We want to thank everybody that we can, but we can't guarantee them a license unless they're a resident hunter. If they live in Wyoming, we can obviously take them.
Well, since I've never dealt with Wounded Warriors other than donations and that sort of thing, Wounded Warriors aren't just physically wounded, they could also have PTSD, right? Or do they not? Somebody else do that?
Most of them are that way, actually.
Yeah.
Most of the wounded vets that we deal with are, it's a psychological trauma, not a physical one. But they get.
Wait just a minute. Well, I'm gonna have to censor my wife. I can't fix that. Let's see. Did you see what she said?
I said
she didn't do that, but I'm going to take it out just because. Not. Okay, well that happens once in a while. That's what you get for talking instead of typing. Okay, well that was interesting. I saw something else. Oh, he does it through the American Legion Post. That's right, Carol. And she's just gone to
plot murder and dropping.
Oh, she's bad.
just because she saw some Samoan with hog teeth on his neck.
Yeah, and nearly naked in the 18-degree weather. But anyway, I thought it was interesting that he does that over here on fishing trips, and that you got. She's embarrassed. Yeah. I bet you are. Maybe you are in here. Yeah, Kay, you missed all that. Brenda was. She didn't actually use that word, but she was talking about dissecting me
And composting.
and composting, using my body for compost, and it all started when she started talking about trying to get the Samoan guy from the Olympics last night to come over and stay upstairs with her. She was going to lock me in the basement.
But don't you have that really cool like forensic school there in Knoxville?
The body farm.
They could probably figure your murder right out.
That's right. You remember that. The body farm is in this town. That's right, Kay. It was Teddy that said that, not her. I'll have to put Teddy in timeout. He's looking at me like, what did I say? I didn't say anything. I'm laying here asleep. Man, he's good. He's good at sleeping. I never thought it was half as good at half the stuff I do as he is at sleeping. He's a pro. Cats they sleep about 20 hours a day, I've read. At least if they're in a comfortable place, I guess. No, wasn't she? It was in the opening. Carol.
Opening ceremonies.
During the opening ceremonies, the athlete from Samoa came in dressed up in traditional clothing, I suppose, which amounts to basically a kind of like a grass skirt and nothing else very much. And hogs, and boar's teeth around his neck. And
he had some kind of like headdress thing on.
Yeah, he did that. And armbands or something, but I'm telling you, armbands weren't keeping him warm. But he looked like he was all lathered up with, some kind of grease or Vaseline or something that probably help him stay warm, I'm sure. And it was interesting. Now Kay's getting in on it. Kay, don't encourage her. I mean, if she wants to bring him home, that's fine, but she don't need to kill me for it. She can send me out to Wyoming or something. So anyway, we were going to talk about birds again, so we might as well. I don't know if anybody else is coming today or not. Does the Ohio Valley stretch down to into Tennessee? No, not technically. It kind of.
It's on top of Kentucky.
Yeah, it skirts the back end. I mean, it kind of, it regularly doesn't touch Tennessee. It skirts the end out there near Paducah, but it really doesn't get down to Tennessee. We have our own ridges and valleys here. If you ever see a topo map or a relief map of this part of Tennessee, it's just like this for 100 miles or so or close to it, and it's just one valley after another. It's really interesting from the air. If you really get to see how much they call it ridge and valley, and I'm in where I'm at in Tennessee. I'm in the Tennessee River Valley, which goes from here, drops down into the northern Alabama, and then all the way out to it dumps into the Ohio, but after it crosses into Kentucky. Yeah, Carol, you do miss all the good stuff. Don't get excited about the body farm, Brenda. That just means they would catch you sooner. I swear.
They'd have the case solved just like that.
Yeah. They'd know it. They'd say, "Oh, I know where that body came from. He lives down on such and such. He's down near down near Bluegrass down there. We can tell by the sulfites and nitrates in his that are left deposited in his lungs or something.
Brenda's the comic relief today.
Okay, there's one that needs to go. Is it? I should have not just deleted him. I should have put him in. I should have timed him out. Hey, Rhonda. Good morning. I was busy trying to get rid of my lone spammer there today. So. Okay, she's a bad influence on people. Well, a friend of mine I used to work with has started watching. Did I post that on there? I didn't know.
Yeah, it's right on the front screen there.
Why? Turn that off. I didn't mean to do that. Holy crap. How did I do that? Sorry about that, Rhonda. That was a mistake. Oh, I didn't think about that, Carol. Carol thinks maybe that was Brenda's Samoan friend. I didn't think about that. I guess I should have let him hang around just a little bit longer, just in case, huh? Or not.
He's in some hospital tent getting treated for frostbite right now.
Hypothermia. But I had another thought on what was I saying before I saw that caption? That threw me way off track there. Need coffee drink. See, well, maybe I can bring it back around on the guitar here. I was saying something semi-important.
Clamming. We were talking about clamming.
No, I've passed that. John said he hadn't been clamming. It's been too cold. Or fishing. And Brenda now thinks it's all funny. She's gone from embarrassed to laughing.
Well, you said it was too cold to fish. It's never too cold. The best time to fish is when it's raining and when it ain't raining.
When it ain't, that's right. Yeah, Carol, I didn't realize I had clicked on it. That was a mistake, obviously, and I did not mean to do that.
And she's having a good time.
Okay. I'll keep Brenda around then, I guess. We might have been talking about the Samoan. Well, let me see here if I can. I'm going to bring in some birds. We're going to talk about a few birds, and then we're going to talk about something else. We're going to talk about birds, but let me show a few pictures while we're having so much fun.
You probably got a picture of the Samoan guy.
I hope not. You're gonna like my opening page, I think.
Jeez.
What now? Oh, Brenda. I'm gonna have to ban you from the room. Who knew you were so Okay, let's see. There we go. Bum-ba-da-da. More fun with birds.
Oh, cool. Seaton.
Yeah, and I don't know why is that on there?
Why is what on there?
I could see something. I don't know. Maybe you couldn't see it. It said something about StreamYards. It was covering up our Let's Talk Birds 2 up there. I got a few of these done. I didn't get them done as much as I wanted to. So what I do have on here on the slide part, I have some pictures. But so I started out with the raptors this morning, and I started out with probably the most famous raptor in this country, the fish buzzard. I mean, the
white-headed turkey buzzard.
Yeah, the white-headed turkey buzzard. That said, they are pretty magnificent birds. They're pretty neat.
We have a pair that nests right here by the house, not too far from the house.
Do you really?
Yeah, they hang around here in a lot of times they'll be sitting in our front yard in the trees this time of year.
Wow.
And then they'll be setting eggs here. They actually lay eggs real early. The eagles do, and horned owls.
Yeah, the horned owls ought to be laying right now, shouldn't they?
Right. Yeah, this month.
Which seems strange because it's so cold. I mean, where you're at.
Yeah. But they do that.
They do, but they do. Yeah, I know.
There's a big cottonwood tree down the river below us about 4 miles, and they have a ginormous stick nest in that tree.
Oh, cool.
And then we have golden eagles that nest in the cliffs all around here, but they're more common for us than balds are, except in the wintertime.
Oh, goldens?
Yeah.
Yeah. I got them coming up here. John said, you're right. We catch our big stripers in northeast storms, rough surf, and overcast and rain. The water temp's 42 now. It needs to be 50 to 55.
Oh.
Yeah, that's kind of chilly.
Yeah,
go ahead.
That's cold.
That's I believe 42-ish. The water that comes out of the basin of Norris Dam, a lot of people that's a trout stream there, stock trout stream. And below the dam tailwaters, and the water coming out of the bottom of that dam is 40. I think it's 42 degrees year round. So it's chilly. It's nice in the summertime. I mean, it still gets cold, but at least when it's 98 degrees here and humidity's busting the top of the bulb, it's
pretty nice.
But most people wear waders with something on the inside year round.
So Rhonda said she's a golden eagle.
How about that?
That's cool.
Brenda, have you got that? She's got that. She says she's got that cherry moonshine up there. You get out of those cherries. That's what's going on. I knew there was something up. We used to see bald eagles. The longer I was at TVA, it seems like the more we saw on Norris, but they were getting pretty common in some areas up here at certain times of the year. They've released quite a few near Douglas Lake, which wasn't too far. Near some of you guys know where Gatlinburg, Sevierville area is. That Douglas is up by there, and that's where some of Dollywood's eagles get hacked when they can release them. And the eagle, well, they're not Dollywood's. Technically, I can't remember what they call it, the American Eagle Foundation or something. And they hacked some birds up there near Douglas. So some of those were coming back. I don't think I got around. I'll show an osprey. I don't know if I showed that last time or not, but ospreys on some of our reservoirs, we have a ton of now. Funny though, Norris doesn't have. I saw one osprey on Norris, and it's the osprey flies. It's not very far from the other lakes. Like there's one southwest of us right here, just a few miles, called Watts Bar, and they're all over Watts Bar, but they don't fly 20 miles north to north. But maybe the water's too deep. The water's deeper on Norris, and maybe that's got something to do with it. The fishing is probably better on, which means eating for them. It's probably better on Watts Bar. So here's some golden eagles. And as Mark once told me, it's the real predator eagle here. These guys are amazing.
That's the real. That's the one we should have picked.
Yeah, probably.
I watched a goose that had been injured on the ice one day, with probably had a dozen bald eagles sitting around it in a circle.
Oh,
And they would walk in at the Canada goose, and he'd just turn and hiss at them, and they'd run away. and they did that for like 20 minutes, and then a golden eagle came from out of the sky and just popped that goose and killed it, and then dared all those balds to come try to take it, and they, none of them, he filled himself up, and then they fought over the carcass. But
wow.
Yeah,
they're quite ferocious. You're right. I think
pretty impressive birds.
Mark, Mark has seen these birds do some amazing things. I mean, you talked about seeing them, or seeing the results at least, of when they would actually attack an antelope, didn't you?
Yeah. I've watched them kill antelope.
And that's, I mean, for a bird to kill an antelope aren't huge, but they're still bigger than you'd think.
120 pounds.
Yeah, I mean, you'd think that.
Brenda said our mascot was a boring old pioneer. He was a pretty cool guy that got killed in Texas.
Yeah, he was actually, Brenda. Technically, he was Davy Crockett, even though we didn't call him that per se, or David.
He prefers David.
Yeah. Their talons too are amazingly strong. Don't they have something like 1,200 pounds per square inch or something of talon strength?
Yeah, and they're about 11 inches tip to tip. I mean, they're bigger than most men's hands, and they're, if you open them up, and pretty. Actually, if you're handling them, if you're not paying attention, they're a fairly dangerous animal.
Okay, I got to take a pause from that for a moment. What is this? What is that, Carol? How do you say that? Chironia? Chironin? I don't know what that is either. Do you know what that is, Mark? Is that some sort of a Greek or Roman soldier? Or
never heard of it.
Me either. All right, Brenda, look that up. Tell us what he is, because apparently, even though Carol was one, she doesn't know.
Saurian. Huh.
I had a picture, Rhonda, and I'll show it later, of a sparrowhawk. Mark and I sat and watched a pair of sparrowhawks one time swoop into a nest of starlings and carry them off and feed their young, which we thought was really exciting. I mean, what better thing could a starling be used for? I mean, I thought that was a great use of starlings, feeding young hawks or falcons or whatever. But I'd never seen them do that before or since, but that was pretty interesting. You remember that?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we were at Friendship, and they were going into that tree and coming out with baby birds.
A Turkic ethnic group native to Kemerov of Russia. Kemerovo.
Huh. Now, why in the world would you?
That's what a saurian is?
I guess so. I'll have to do more research on that. Maybe they're a mighty warrior class or something.
Huh.
Bob Seger's alma mater. Oh, that's kind of cool. Ann Arbor High School. Thanks. And Kay was a Tiger. Well, you're down there at Clemson, so maybe are there lots of Tigers down there? I've noticed as watching football, especially college and high school, games. There's a lot of tigers, a lot of wildcats, maybe bobcats. There's some bobcats around here. Mostly they're wildcats, but there's a lot of big cat names for high school and college mascots, I've noticed.
Well, weren't we Tigers in Jonesboro at the middle school?
Yeah, we were. At high school when I was there. It was still high school when I was at Jonesboro. Sharonians was a cheap attempt at a cool name. Okay. Our school was called Lakeshore. I think Sharonians was a cheap attempt at a cool name. We had a picture of a sailboat on our shirts. Well, maybe that's maybe that's a boat name too. You never know about these things. That's right. I actually like the Detroit Tigers, Carol. I would really like to see them come back and have some good seasons. It's been a while. I think I like the Tigers back. I was trying to think who was up there. I don't know. It might have been Don McLean when he won his 20 games or 30 games or something. He's only been done once or twice. Ooh, dragons. Who has dragons? Surf Bum. I went to Brick High School, New Jersey. We were the Brick Green Dragons. That's cool. I'd like to be a dragon. So anyway,
the Green Dragon is a pub in Hobbiton.
And I think that's right. Yeah,
it is.
Down to the Green Dragon.
If you're a Tolkien fan,
there's some kind of dragon in Boston that's famous. It's been there since colonial times. Is that a green dragon? Or have I got the name wrong? I think there is. It's right on what was the common in Boston back during that Revolutionary period. I think people still go there. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Somebody's been, maybe John knows that too. He lives up that way. The Huron River Rats.
I like that. That is a mascot.
Yeah. That's a good one.
We've been accused of being that.
Okay, next slide. Anyway, golden eagles are pretty amazing birds. I do think, they are Abraham Lincoln. God, Ben Franklin wanted us to have the turkey as a national bird, which is probably not a bad idea. Hey, Shelley, good morning. Good to see you. Oh, no, that's not. I thought she'd popped in the screen. But when Mark was telling me about them taking down antelope and stuff, my respect for them grew tremendously. It was just that takes a strong bird, strong hand to do that.
It is not a pleasant sight.
No. And the little guy down here in the corner, right-hand lower corner, is a kestrel or a sparrowhawk, as most people around here call them, or a sparhawk, and some people call them. And that's what was feeding their young. That's what Mark and I were watching feed their young in Indiana that time. They were pulling starling nestlings off the nest and taking them up to their nest and feeding their babies with them, which is really, really funny. If you don't like starlings, which.
If you're a fan of native birds, you don't like starlings.
No. And this guy, you can't see the guy in the upper right-hand corner. Now, Mark, you correct me, but as far as I know, that's a peregrine.
That is a peregrine.
Even though it looks like he's got trees behind him, which is not uncommon, but not common. And you can kind of tell by they call this his mustache, or the streaks on his eyes down to here. Almost a Fu Manchu looking thing. And the bird in the upper left is a swallowtail kite, which they have in Florida. Not sure how many of the Gulf states have swallowtails. I've seen a couple when I've traveled down there. They're really neat to see in the air because you don't not used to seeing a bird that size. They're not huge like a golden eagle or anything like that, but they're bigger than swallows, and you see that tail is real obvious when you see it. And then the guy in the bottom is supposed to be another kite, and you can tell by what he's eating. Maybe if you can see it, that is a snail, and this is a snail kite, and that's all they eat are these snails, or different kinds, I guess, but
Yeah,
larger snails.
and they're of all the kites, they're the one most in trouble.
Are they?
Because they're so specialized. Anytime a
Yeah.
critter is that specialized, it's usually pretty easy for it to be in some kind of peril from humans. And they only live there in the glades anyway. And
yeah, that's I've never actually seen one live. Yeah, you can, Shelly. I think. Come on in and let me see. But I like raptors in general, and the next page is some of my favorite ones. The night stalkers. And I was going to talk a little bit about this because we've got this big white snowy owl, which I believe Carol or Shelly, maybe Shelly was talking about them because Michigan has become sort of a snowy owl. What's the right word? Viewing spot, or because they seem to be, there's more of them down in there now than there used to be. I believe she was telling me. Maybe she can.
We get them here too.
Yeah, Kelly, you're fine. It's a good time. We just really got started here. We got what?
We get snowy owls too because they're really tied to lemming populations in Canada, and when the lemmings explode and they're everywhere and they have lots of owlets, and then the lemmings will crash, and then all those birds need some place to go, and we'll get a fair number in Wyoming.
Well, that makes sense.
During that specific time period, they show up here more commonly then, and right after the lemming crash.
Well, Shelley's saying that's mostly in the UP where they have more sightings, which makes sense. And but that also makes sense about the lemmings. Again, you get something that primarily feeds on something like lemmings. When the populations, lemmings are famous for that crash and climb cycle that rodents are often. A lot of rodents do that. You don't know about it as much. Lemmings are famous for it because they all run off the cliff into the ocean or whatever, supposedly. And snowy owl is on your list that you have or have not. Tim, do you remember my group of 5 juvenile buzzards strolling down the street? Was that here, Brenda? I'm not sure if I do remember that. She's talking about, I think, pretty sure she's talking about black buzzards, which are funny in many ways. I talked about them a little bit last time. They're terrible about the young immature. Do you guys have this problem, Mark? We had a huge problem here of like in parking lots and areas where it was bad around fishing areas because fishermen would throw out their filleted fish or whatever they didn't keep and fish remains, and then they would attract critters. And we tried to tell people not to do that, and the state, of course, did too. But that always happened, and it drew vultures. And black buzzards or black vultures were terrible about tearing up cars and stuff. They'll peel the windshield wipers off.
Really?
They'll pick the rubber out of the windshield, around the seal.
Yeah.
They scratch the paint like crazy because of their talons or claws, whatever you want to call them in their case. They'll literally rip a boat seat apart and pull the stuffing out of it.
Huh.
Some of our marinas up on Norris had that problem. They'd catch a buzzer or vulture out there, and they would just tear the seats all to pieces and just move on to another one. Hey, Dave, good to see you this morning. Adventures by D. Oh, I haven't mentioned this yet today, but click the like button, and if you haven't, subscribe. I'd appreciate that. I am getting close to 100. I've got 90 some subscribers now, so to me, that's a big deal. I'd like to hit 100 before I die. See, seen Fox, Snowy Owl. Oops, I lost that. Where'd that go? Oh, there, Snowy Owl. Let's see, Fox, Snowy Owl, regular owl, huge buck coyotes, all in Atlanta city limits. Well, I believe that, Rhonda. That's cool that you've seen a snowy owl down there. That does happen occasionally. They do get pretty far down. Usually it's a single bird that's somehow gotten blown down that far or come down that far hunting. And Adventures by D says Rhonda will have to catch the replay. Okay. No worries, Dave. I need to go back and watch yours still from the Groundhog Day. Yeah, I probably need to catch up on that too. Anyway, these guys are some of my favorite critters. They really are. And the snowy owl is just, I think, I've never seen a live one. I always hope to see one like at the airport. And they're the kind of bird that shows up at places like that because of the large grassy opening. Now, the great horned owl I have seen. This is what Mark has living in his cottonwoods outside a lot. And these guys are pretty fierce too. I have been pretty sure I've been so long ago now I can't remember the bird, but pretty sure I got attacked by a couple of great horns one time when I found a god or a nestling had fallen out of the nest, and I saw it on the ground and was, of course, I was too dumb to know I shouldn't rescue it. And of course, I probably had thought in mind of taking it home and raising it and making it my own. I don't know if you could use them to hunt or not. But
We have some falconers out here that fly them.
Do they?
Yep.
That'd be kind of neat.
They're really not very. They're a lot harder to train.
I bet they are.
Than other raptors.
Brenda, there you go again. If you're going to kill me and compost me, you probably shouldn't tell everybody on the internet.
You might be compost before you hit 100.
Dave has bears up by his house. Is that in Georgia? I don't doubt that one bit. I'm actually surprised we've never seen one. I mean, a friend of mine used to live just up the road from us, closer to town, if you will, want to say that. And she had one in her backyard one morning. She got up and saw it, scared the crap out of her. But it climbed up over her wooden fence and took off. But it was oh, John got to go. Say, Dad, tell Dad we said hi, John. Thanks for coming in. And of course, down here at the bottom is the famous the barn owl. Most people recognize it by its big white face. I was trying to promote putting up barn owl boxes down here in the last few years I was working at TVA. I had an opportunity to buy some nest boxes, and I picked up a few barn owl knocks. Drink time. Put up some barn owl boxes. The neat thing about barn owls I've learned recently a few years ago actually now, but a lot of vineyards, or some vineyards at least out west in California and other places, have started putting up barn owl nest structures to attract them to around their vineyards or grape orchards, whatever, to keep down lemming and vole populations, which I think is really cool.
They're really they migrate in pretty large groups, and we have them show up in Evanston, Wyoming, just here southwest of me. in the spring and in the fall when they're both ways, and they roost at the rodeo grounds under the stadium.
Cool.
And you can go if you're there during migration, you can literally see hundreds of them at one time.
Wow.
It's pretty cool.
Didn't
And
you?
then
Go ahead.
Pardon?
Go ahead.
Oh, I would see when I worked for Arizona, I would see the south end of the migration clear down on the Mexico border. You'd see these guys and long-eared owls would show up in kind of mixed flocks of just hundreds, and they'd be sitting on every fence post.
Wow.
Which is kind of cool. You don't get to see that every day, but
no. Every once in a while, there's a place east of here, northeast of here, up near where we grew up, and there's an area up there called the Bogs. So the only true natural woodland bog, I can't remember exactly now how they call it. That's in Tennessee, and they're growing, of course, scarcer and scarcer as land is developed. But there's some neat, unique stuff up there, amphibian wise for the most part. But there's also a lot of area there that's open, and there's birds, and there for a while every year. It may still be. There were a couple of long-eared owls that would show up there.
Oh, cool!
And hang around for the winter. But it always got a lot of attention by local birders. There were always people up there kind of watching for them because they got to where they were kind of a regular yearly thing. And then I put down here that they were the silent night stalkers because this is what makes the feathers. That feather in the lower left-hand corner is an microscopic example of just how quiet they can be. I mean, what makes them so quiet? I don't know if you've ever had one fly by your head at night. I have, and you don't hear them. If you don't see it go by your head or see it fly in front of you, you don't
never know it was there.
Yeah, they're just. I had one go by my head one, and I don't know what it was. Probably a barred owl or a great horn. And I felt the wind. It was close enough that I felt the wind and thought I heard something, and it went on by, and I realized what it was. And it's just really cool. I mean, they're such neat birds. Let's see here. Is Brenda? I don't know if Brenda's really leaving. Oh, I guess she is. She's taking it. I thought she was kidding about the shark circle on her boat. That's a expression. I guess she's wanting to get off the phone. That's what somebody told one of those telemarketers one time. She heard. I think she's used that on too. She said, "Oh my God, the sharks are got to call you back. My sharks are circling my boat." I'll make sure she has a great weekend, Rhonda. She's already threatened me every which way but sideways. That's all I got put in. Okay, let's see here what I can do about this.
That's a close-up of a snowy owl.
That's exactly right, Mark. Good catch. Let's see here. I've got. Why is that doing that? Let me move my microphone just for a moment. Oh, I know why it's doing that. Are you seeing that on both screens? Oh, maybe. Why am I seeing that? Let me unshare for a moment.
That's really wild.
It should go away here in a second.
It's gone.
Part of that was because I was pulling a no-brainer there.
That was like looking at a mirror, looking at a mirror, looking at a mirror, deeper and deeper and deeper and smaller and smaller.
I had a couple of more pictures I was thinking about showing, and I didn't get finished. Come on, buddy. That's pitiful. Come here. You want to get on? Let go of your pillow. Come here. Leave your camel. I heard that pitiful cry. Oh yeah, well you can get out the doors open. I thought maybe I had him shut in there for a
My
minute.
dogs did too. They all come rushing over here when that noise
Did
came
they
out.
hear it? Yeah, he was. I don't. Usually that means he's wanting something, but I thought maybe the door was shut, but it's open. That's how he gets my attention. And then he was laying his head on my shoulder, but he moved it. I'm trying to figure out where all that sound's coming from. I think he hears your dog.
Yeah, they're growling.
Your Theoji. And we have Theojis that come and visit. Our cousin dogs, they show up, don't they? KKK. That's why she had to leave. I didn't think of that. That's why the door opened. The Samoan guy showed up. Oh my goodness. I'm ruined. Let me check on something here real quick. Stand by just a moment, folks. Nope. Wrong.
Look at that, Tim.
Wait. I've lost you. Hang on. Red Rider still in the box. Let me see the other part of the box.
It's the grandson's birthday Saturday or next Saturday. Yeah, it's the official.
It says shoot fun start.
It's a 650 shot carbine action.
I love that carbine action. Carbine action. Yeah, Kay, she's still on here because she just told you about to be quiet about that. She didn't want me to know. Thank you, Kay. I appreciate you looking after me. Somebody's got to. Okay, I was trying to let me do something real quick. Oh, there's John's truck. Oh, this is a good picture. 1980 Wyoming with his truck. That was at Lake Hattie, he said, Mark.
Oh, Lake Hattie.
Yeah, and he's got a beech nut chewing tobacco hat on. I'll have to show that to you. I'll send that to you later.
I'd love to see it. I know a guy that dropped his pickup truck through the ice.
Oh no! One of your co-workers?
Yeah.
Oh, I shouldn't laugh at you. You would think that
it wasn't. It was a personal truck. It wasn't a state truck.
Oh, okay. That'd be harder. That's hard enough to explain. It'd probably be even harder to explain a state truck at the bottom of the
Yeah,
lake.
you shouldn't be driving on the ice.
No, I'm thinking not. Car Carol. See, the Olympics really do bring about international harmony. Yeah, as long as your wife likes naked Samoans, I guess you're right.
Although there might be trouble in Knoxville tonight.
Thank you, Carol, for your color commentary. Oh, I'm too old for trouble. If she's got the Samoan upstairs, I'll just stay down here and order something to eat. Oh, mercy. Kelly, are you still in the chat or did you drop out? She might pop in and talk to her a little bit about her bird photography. I don't know if you probably haven't seen her bird photography, Mark. She posts a lot of it on Instagram. She may post some of it elsewhere. But it's she's really quite good, and she's not been doing it all that long. Not for compare. I don't think when you look at the quality of her images, I don't feel like she's. I mean, it's amazing how. Anyway, it's pretty cool. Well, let's see here. I got a bunch of pictures. I think what I'm going to do.
Pretty cool subject too.
Yeah, that too. I'm going to see if I can do this, and I'll just show some birds. And Oh, what did I do? That wasn't what I meant to do.
I don't know.
I don't know. Sorry, after my frozen bird sighting, I've decided to leave the bird expertise to you and Shelly. You weren't here, Mark, but Carol's class pointed out a frozen bird to her that one day in class after one of those big freezes, and she looked. I guess she looked out the window and it looked like a bird frozen there on a limb, which has happened. Um, when they get that freezing rain, can catch some birds off guard, and there has been known to. But it turned out not to be a bird at all. So she was a little embarrassed. She actually went to take a look, and it turned out to be a stub on a limb or something that just looked like a bird. And I've been fooled many times by that, Carol. That's nothing to be ashamed of. I've looked at many a bird not moving for a long time and figured out that ain't a bird, that's a stick. Deer are good at that too. Deer can pretend to be sticks sometimes. It's amazing.
And rocks.
And rocks, they can be rocks too. They sure can. And sometimes they hide behind rocks.
Sometimes they get rocks thrown at them.
Oops, that's not what I wanted to show.
There's a sage chicken.
Yeah. Well, that's why I was going to show it, but that wasn't the view I meant to show. It was this one. Now, correct me, Mark. I found this picture, and they talk about it being a sage grouse, but that's a sharp tail, is it not?
No, it's a sage grouse.
So I need to find the difference, because I looked at that and thought sharp tail at first. And okay,
Yeah.
Shelley.
That's a big old bull sage grouse. We have about, I don't know, 75% of the world's population of that bird lives within Wyoming's borders.
Are they mostly in the eastern part of the state?
And no, they're all over. They're heck, we have them here in the back pasture pretty regular.
Oh, that's cool.
That's North America's largest grouse. They're almost the size of a hen turkey. So pretty big bird.
That big? I didn't realize they were that big.
The males are. Yeah, it's a pretty cool bird.
That is, and some of these birds are some of Mark's. Mark has particular interest in them because he's worked. Part of his job duties have been working with upland game birds, like, or I don't know. Some of these guys were protected. I don't know if they are now at some level. Hey, Yanni, good morning. Good to see you.
We spent a lot of time on this bird.
Yeah, now these are going to be mixed up because I didn't go through and finish sorting these. But there's the snail kite. That's a better picture of him. Actually, it's bigger. You can see more detail there. I always thought their bill was a little bit more hooked than some of the other birds to get down in that shell. Because, like Mark said, they're very specialized. That's all they eat. And, anything like snails that are in fresh water, and I don't know if they eat anything out of salt water. I don't know about that. Parts of the Everglades are briny, but most of it's fresh. I don't know how snails are affected by it, but things that are affected early by water pollution and animals that feed on those critters, like this bird, are so susceptible to and so specialized that they're very susceptible to. Well, I don't want to say extinction, although that's true ultimately, but certainly numbers, very low numbers. I can't think of all my right scientific words right now, but not good. And some cranes.
Yeah, so I got a pair of those at nests. We have a remnant oxbow on the river on the south side of our property, and I have a pair of those that nests in that oxbow every year.
Really? Just by themselves?
Yeah. Pardon?
Just by themselves? Just that pair?
Yeah, there's a big muskrat lodge in that oxbow.
Oh, okay.
And they built a nest right on top of that muskrat lodge. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, we're talking birds. We're kind of finishing up the bird subject today, and so I don't have anything about loungefly. I don't think loungefly makes any I don't know if they make anything with birds. Now, if they might have an orange bird. That might be the closest they get.
And Carol, those are sandhill cranes.
And we have sandhills here. They're different. They're from different groups. There's like an eastern and western. I don't want to say flocks because that's not correct, but populations, I guess, that fly the different flyways from Canada, northern tier states down to some of the southern states. Like here, a lot of ours used to go on down towards Florida or to Florida, maybe even beyond. And now we've got several thousand that stop over here every year, just a few miles south of Knoxville on the Tennessee River. It's pretty cool. They're big old birds, and they make a lot of noise. Round fly birds. Oh, it did. That worked. And this is a vireo, which is, I didn't realize it, but somewhat related to our butcher birds.
Is that a white eye?
Huh?
Is that a white eye vireo?
Yeah.
And that when they sing, they say, "Chuck, get the beer quick."
That's right. I was trying to explain that that one day. That well, maybe I didn't get to that part, but when you learn bird songs, that they're often equated with little phrases like what he just said. What would you say, Chuck? Get the beer quick.
Yeah, Chuck, get the beer quick.
And like what's the vireo we had here? The
Red eyes.
And they sing a song like vireo. Let's see. Here I am, vireo.
Here I am. See me over here.
Yeah. And this is a neat bird that Shelley and I'm sure Carol have seen a lot on the lakes up her way. This is a common loon, which is what we have here in the east. Now the Pacific coast has they have a couple. Actually, they may have a couple of different ones that show up. There's an Arctic loon, and I think there's a
red-throated.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
And there is an Arctic loon. There's a red-throated loon. There's a yellow-billed, I think.
Maybe that's it. Yeah, Carol, go get your beer guy. That was the white-eyed vireo. He sings your song. I think that's what she's trying to imply. I love these birds, though. I think they're so neat. I'm fascinated by the texture of the feathers, like on their necks. They're so fine and so small. I mean, it almost looks like velvet or something. You don't see the individual feathers like you do, say, back here on the tail or the wings. They're just so neat. And another cool thing is when they have young, they swim around with their young on their back, at least sometimes, which probably keeps some of them from getting eaten. Hey, buddy, you back again? What? What's the deal? You got to start using your words better. Yeah, they're beautiful birds. I've got a few pictures of my own. I'm going to try to swap over here soon to digital. I just got a program for that. I'm going to try it out and see if it works. But I got quite a few when we were at the Boundary Waters. I was fascinated by them. And we get some down here. The biggest bunch I've ever seen on Norris, or I ever saw on Norris, was I think it was 22 birds that were in one little spot during the wintertime up on the northern end of Norris. And they just kind of pass through here, but they'll stop over here and hang around. And sometimes they probably stay most of the winter, depending on the weather. And then they'll fly back north. Hey, Rhonda, that's nothing wrong with that. Teddy's over here crying out, wanting some kind of attention. And here we moved right on into waterfowl or ducks. Again, these are more in alphabetical order than they are other orders. So, and this is a green-winged teal. And you can probably figure out why they're named that, as opposed to, polka dot winged teal or red winged teal. But all these male ducks are pretty striking. I have a picture of my favorite duck here in a minute. I dribbled coffee down my chin. Sorry about that. Its cousin, the blue wing teal. And one of the identifying marks, of course, is this blue patch, but this crescent moon on their cheeks here, on their faces, is another way you can tell them. And I believe these guys have kind of a bluish colored bill, if I remember correctly. I haven't seen one of those in a while. And that's my favorite duck right there. That's my old wood duck. And I love wood ducks. I put up a lot of wood duck nest structures. Wood ducks by nature nest in hollow logs and trees, or not logs, but trees and other such things, and they will readily accept the nest box and go in and nest and raise their young in a nest box if you put them up in the right places. That was one of the things I did while I was at TVA, was do some wood duck work. And then a few years back, that became kind of a big deal because the populations were dropping, at least in some places. And I didn't know this till I went to work there, but they did a lot of surveys, and the Holston River Mark turned out to be one of the largest feeding area and populations of ducks at certain times of the year in the whole country.
Well, of wood ducks.
Of wood ducks, yes.
Yeah. So you remember when we were boys or younger?
Yeah.
That's the only duck we had in East Tennessee.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
And there was a closed season on wood ducks at that time in America, and they were trying to reestablish wood duck populations, and we were the stronghold.
Yeah.
And we didn't have a duck season at all because that's the only ducks we had. We didn't have mallards and gadwalls and teal and all. We just had wood ducks.
I'm going to bring, stand by, folks. I've got a special guest here. Mark, just sit still. You're fine.
Sitting still.
Hi, Shelly.
Well, good morning, Tim.
I like your backdrop there.
Oh, thank you. It was one of my favorite moments.
Oh, well, good. I'd still like to know how you get so close. I mean, I know you've got a telephoto lens, but it just seems like you can reach out there and touch things. I never could. Especially with the clarity you do it.
Right. It's my lens. And just I have some opportune moments that just end up working out really nice, you know.
Well, that's cool. As you know, I'm a big fan. I don't want to just gush on, but your photography is really good. I think your wildlife photography, your photography in general is good. Your wildlife photography is something I have a soft spot for. Wildlife photography in general, and yours is just, I think, right up there with some of the best.
Oh, that always warms my heart when you say those things, and I greatly appreciate that. Thank you so much. You say sweet things.
I could be a fair photographer from time to time. I got stuff done, but for somebody that's not been doing it any longer than you have, and it's just, you've got a good eye and obviously a good technique, and evidently you're a good sneaker upper because you get a lot of bird shots that I don't think I ever had the opportunity. Mark and I used to kid each other. We hunt, or did back then. I haven't in a while. Mark still does, but we used to tell everybody we were great hunters. We could do sneaking around and do stuff, but we weren't good animal getters because we didn't see a lot. We got to see a lot, and but you're definitely a good photo getter. So, and these are my birds again. This is the wood duck, male and female, and you can see the wood duck got all the looks in this. That's pretty common with waterfowl. Well, actually, most birds. The males are all pretty and dolled up to attract females, and the female wood ducks are really cool too. I've seen them. I have seen them do this. I've seen them in a creek or in a wooded area. They like brushy areas in the water and stuff. And I've seen them sink under the water, and all you would see was that white circle around their eye kind of sticking up above the edge of the water. And you'd look and you'd find that because it would contrast with the watercolor, but they blend in so well to their surrounding vegetation and the water but you can see that eye sticking up just above the water. They hide. They're really good at that, and pretty amazing. And they. I've seen photos. I've never seen it happen, but they raise their young in hollows of trees, like I said. And once they're ready, a few days old, they just jump out of the tree, and they might be 30 feet off the ground, and they just jump out of that tree and just float down like a little fluff ball and bounce on the ground and get up and run after mom. It's amazing how tough the little boogers are.
Aw.
The other cool thing about wood ducks, while I'm thinking about it, and wood duck boxes, when I would check them in the spring and get them ready for the spring nesting season, it wasn't uncommon for me to find screech owls in them. Screech owls like wood duck holes, and they would get in them, and especially when it's cold in the winter, they'd get in there and stay where it's out of the weather. And I have found at least 2 or 3 different ones that had 2 to 3 nestlings or goslings, baby owlets, whatever they're called.
Owlets, which are so precious.
Oh, they're just big fluff balls too, and
So cute.
I used to, and we pretty much have 2 versions of the screech owl here mostly, and that's what I call a rufous or a brown and a gray. And they're the same bird, same species, but they have different color phases. And Mark, you're welcome to correct me there. I always called it rufous. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But
No, that's right. Red color phase, rufous.
and I think the other one is just brown, isn't it?
There's a kind of an intermediate one that looks brown, and then there's the gray color phase.
And I
Then
got
our western screech owls, they're only gray.
only gray. Okay.
Kind of like rough grouse out here are only gray. We don't get that red color phase except very rarely.
No, that's cool. Now, Shelly, I don't know if you see them much, but rough grouse up your way used to be kind of common.
The ruffed grouse.
Yeah.
They're out here in my tree every morning and evening.
Nice.
Oh, cool.
There's about 8 of them, I guess I see on a regular. So yeah, just before dawn and just before, at dusk, just before it's after the sunset.
Drumming in the woods when it's that time of year.
Yeah, and when I moved up here, it was the first time I ever heard them, and I was like, it sounded like an old timey car, like trying to start up, right? And I'm like, what?
Yeah.
What is that? And you could feel it.
You feel it.
And oh my gosh, I was like, what in the world? And yeah, so upon further investigation, it was a ruffed grouse. Yeah. But it was like a couple weeks ago, these grouse were out here and something made them panic. So they started flying off, like one, not like super fast all at once, I guess should say. But as they were taking off, they go flying over my garage back here. And one of them went right into the side of the garage, scared me to death. You heard it just... I'm like, I'm outside and I'm ready to go in and see if it's okay. But it did get up, shook itself off, and then went about his business.
Well, that's cool. That's good.
That was really loud.
Well, they're a pretty good sized bird, and they move pretty fast. So if it was moving, I mean, I've seen them jump up and take off, look like a rifle shot. It seems like they could get up into the woods and get gone so quick. It was just, if you weren't ready for them, they'd scare you to death.
Yes. My son says when he goes hunting, he doesn't like them because he's been frightened by them multiple times.
And here's something that'll get them up off the ground from time to time.
Yeah, they'll kill and eat rough grouse.
Yes, they will.
Well, I expect in where I live to see an eagle or a hawk or something coming and getting one of the bunnies I'm observing outside, or the grouse, or you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's a pretty duck. I haven't seen a whole lot. We got the ones I see mostly are just the mallards, and they're black and white. They're the black and white ducks, but there's a couple different species, so I can't remember the name.
Well, there's I can't think. Buffalo heads are black and white. I don't know if you have those.
Yeah, I think that's it. You said it.
And that's something else, Mark. I don't know if you ever went up there, but there's a little small reservoir, sort of. It's a riverine type reservoir, and it's dammed, but it flows pretty much constantly. It's right below Watauga.
Uh-huh.
It flows into the Watauga River and on down to Boone. But it's Little Wilbur, and Little Wilbur is kind of famous for having fairly good assortment of ducks in the winter. You'll see buffleheads like we were just talking about. You'll see occasionally some redheads, and of course mallards and wood ducks up there from time to time. I used to go up there and see some different ducks. I think we had scops up there once, a couple, and I mean, in the wintertime now, we just seem like we have more ducks here than we did. Like Mark said, growing up, all I ever knew people, the only thing I ever heard people talk about was wood ducks. And that's the only thing I ever really remember seeing other than, domestic ducks, maybe a mallard, but that was not, common. And, but there's a few more here now, and there's a few wetland areas they've created that have gotten a whole lot better. And I can't remember which one. I don't know if this is a limpet. This might be a limpkin. Anyway, they eat mainly like mussels. They're in there fetching things out of the mud.
That must be a Florida bird.
It is a Florida bird, yeah.
I don't recognize that bird.
They're called limpets or limpet kits. There's Shelly's talking about, or not Shelly, but Carol is talking about Shelly's.
My hoodie?
Well, she must be talking about that too now. You got a Michigan hoodie on? Because that's what she's talking about.
Yeah. And then Rhonda said, "Oh, I don't have OSU, her Ohio State."
So Carson where Hart's going to loan her a Michigan sweatshirt. That's so sweet of you, Carol. I bet she turns you down though.
Right?
Big rivalry there. And Mark's other home was Ohio in the west or in the east.
Oh, I'd love to get a photo like that.
Yeah, isn't that nice? He's just about to grab a fish.
I need to sit down here on the river more because the eagles and stuff come through here, on the waterway.
Yeah.
I need to sit down there.
I
need like a flat bottom boat and to get out there and just sit and wait on the river.
Which river goes by you up there?
The Black River. It feeds into Lake Huron.
Okay, you're on that side, right?
Yeah, I'm on the Lake Huron side.
Yeah.
The east side. The east side.
Mark and I camped on the east side once for a day or so.
We've canoed on Lake Huron.
Yes, we did till the big boats came in.
Till the big boats came in.
We decided that was too big for a canoe.
Well, you sure flipping through these fast.
Well, I thought I'd already shown a couple of them, so I'm sorry.
Oh, maybe you have. We talked about them and them too.
These are kind of like the shots I'd see on Norris sometimes. They'd be sitting in the top of a little snag. But a lot of times they were higher up because our lakes tend to be, lake and then straight up the hillside, and they'd be up part way sitting on a snag or something where they could see down over the lake. And I like golden eagles. I think are amazing, but balls are definitely beautiful birds. Don't get me wrong.
Well, you remember they had those nests on land between the lakes.
Well, I remember
and one of my duties was when they'd have bow fishing tournaments, I'd take all those carp up to the eagle nests and dump them.
Oh, did you?
And that's when you lose kind of some respect for the old bald eagle when you watch them eat a 7-day-old gizzard shad or something.
Yeah. Oh, that'd be awful. But that's what they eat. They do a lot of refuse. They'll eat carrion, or they do catch ducks in the wintertime, and I guess during the summer too if they can catch one. But I've seen them catch ducks off a frozen pond or go after them.
Well, they eat a lot of deer here. We get goldens and balds that'll be sitting on deer carcasses and road kills, and then we get them hit by semi trucks and So we lose a fair few eagles every year to vehicles, but
Aw.
I figure
which is just awful, but it happens.
I think even if I hunt, or when I just hate stuff getting killed by cars. Even squirrels, even these big fat squirrels, I hate to see them get hit by a car.
Yeah,
It's such a waste. Anyway, and here's one of our other favorite owls. I think
that's my all-time favorite right there. That's for owls. Well, that or a eastern screech owl, they're pretty cool too.
Yeah, I like eastern screech owls. You probably get horned owls up your way, don't you, Shelley? And tell us a little bit about the snowy owl thing in Michigan. Don't they have a something?
I'm still looking for a picture of my ruffed grouse.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was gonna pull up the name of the park because I can't remember it, or the area. It's not so much a park, but there's an area up in the Upper Peninsula. There's actually like something on the internet, and I was gonna pull that up too, where you can send report when you've seen, had a snowy owl spotting. So apparently up here at, pardon me?
I looked that up one time. You told me about that, and I looked that up. It's Michigan DNR or whatever puts that out, don't they? I believe, or don't they?
I think so. I can't remember. I have to go look for it. But there's the Coast Guard up here, and they see them, I guess, kind of often around, this winter, during the winter season.
Right.
But there's an area by the Coast Guard that can't go to, that wooded area there. So I can't go perusing over there. So I'm going to have to go and head across the bridge and go up to the spot up in the UP, which I probably would have more likely of a chance.
Yeah. They're beautiful birds. There's no two ways around that.
Absolutely. And because they're here by me, when there's birds that are going to be in the area, that's why I like to go to Whitefish Point, because it's a major birding migration zone. There's noted to be hundreds and hundreds of different species of birds that come through there, which when I noticed all the windmills over there on the Canadian side, it kind of upsets me.
Yeah, Mark, it upsets Mark too.
It's like,
okay, that really makes me mad.
It's a migration zone, right, and they put up windmills.
That's a terrible.
That would be the last place to put them up, I would think, right?
And what really gets killed by those windmills, you'd think it'd be mostly eagles and things, but what the critter that really shows up at those windmills are bats.
Yeah.
And they just kill hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of bats. And we need bats.
We need bats. I've been wanting to put... I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Well, I said especially how hard bats have been hit here by white nose syndrome.
Yeah.
We've lost millions and millions of bats, particularly grays and Indianas and some of those species. Well, Indiana's kind of different with grays.
Even little browns.
Do what? Yeah.
Even little browns are in trouble.
It spends a winter in a cave pretty much is susceptible, or mostly caves, which most of them do to some extent, but there were caves in New England that they figured had. I know there was one cave that they thought about 5 million bats in it before white nose hit, and it's down to almost nothing.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Thank you. And I mean, it's really been bad. That was one of the major issues we had. Yeah, we're talking about bats, and you're not in here, so.
That's a sad squirrel. Let's get on something else.
Okay, that's a sad squirrel.
Well, when I was part of the planning commission in the city we lived to downstate, and I got to be part of parks and recreations at the time, and we were coming up with ideas of things to do with, grants We were trying to, there's like marshland and stuff we were preserving. But what I suggested, and what surprisingly a couple others had suggested, was putting up bat houses, and and expressing why, like how beneficial the bat houses are, how, and for the bats, not only that, but they're important to the whole ecosystem, and you're probably your best bet to keep your mosquito population at least at bay, or down even.
Oh, they eat a tremendous amount of mosquitoes if they're in an area where you've got them. I read once they eat half their body weight a night in mosquitoes, or maybe even their body weight. I don't know, because bats don't believe it. They don't weigh in. They're very light. So, but they eat a lot of mosquitoes, and we used to try to spread that word too. We had gray bats are probably one of our more common bats around the lakes, and they're cave dwellers pretty much year round. But we had a lot of tree roosting bats in the summer, but like most people don't even realize they're out there. But we have some red bats, and we have an Indiana bat here. That's a tree roost. They roost in trees in the summer, and they raise their young in trees. And so we had, and there's another one I can't think of, that's evading my mind right now, but Indiana bat was one of the primary ones, and we were having to go through a lot of sometimes painful measures to check trees to make sure we didn't have bats, what we refer to as bat trees. They get under the bark, they can get into cracks in the tree or holes in the tree, and they'll raise their young there, but they're getting critically low, at least on this end of their range. And so we were trying to, anytime we had to cut a lot of trees, and I'm sure there were foresters out there to tell you this was a right roll pain in their butts. But of course, this mostly applies to federal property or maybe state property, depending on where you live. But if you had a tree on your yard, you could cut it. But we had to verify everything that we cut, and I mean that's good and bad. Sometimes it was a problem if we were trying to do what I consider good work, habitat work or something like that. Sometimes that tree became an issue for us, but I mean, there's a lot of reasons why I was all for the bat trees. If they stopped other construction, I didn't mind that so bad. But that was something we had to deal. We were dealing with a lot towards the end of my career. It was bat species, because they are so important. And we'll have to talk about bats one weekend. But Mark's right. What? I got a yay from upstairs. I'll tell you a quick story. I have a fireplace down here, and I was sitting here one day. I don't know what I was doing, and I turned around. There's a grouse. I saw it. There it is.
I can't get out of the way.
And I was looking at this.
That's a cool picture.
Yeah, it is. Mm-hmm. We have a bricked in chimney area, hearth, and all that. And I looked up one night, and here goes a bat crawling across the top of my bricks. And I looked, and I've got a little hole up there, and I think he came through the outside through the hole and got inside, and I caught him and let him go, but I blocked the hole. We haven't had any more, but I'm pretty sure we've got some nesting in the roof in the attic, so which I guess I need to keep an eye. Hey, Space Mountain Dave, good to see you, sir. Which I probably need to watch, but I don't care if they're up there. I mean, for the most part, I'm glad they are. But
we always knew you had bats in your belfry anyway.
Well, that's a known fact. If anybody knows,
Look at that! Look at that whitetail fawn.
Oh yeah, I'm telling you, she's got. And this is an Anhinga, and I may have shown this one last week too, because you see these guys in Florida. For all the Florida visitors, and they got that real sharp, pointy beak. And snakebird, also called a snakebird, yes. And sometimes they look kind of like these guys, or sometimes these guys kind of look like Anhinga. They really don't, if you really look, but they stand a lot like that. They spread their wings out to dry, but they got that little hook nose, and they're not as neat as a Anhinga is.
The old cormorant.
That's a cormorant.
Yeah, I got a great picture. I love my pictures of the cormorants.
You guys have a lot. You probably
Actually, I've only seen a couple up here. My first encounter with cormorants was down in Louisiana.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Out in the bayou, and the one I was up on a like third story camp is what we call it. And you got all the shrimp boats and fishing boats there. And it was just up on top of the particular, one in particular. And I had just recently had gotten my 600 millimeter lens. So I had the tripod set out there on the deck, and got the pelicans and the cormorants. And that's when I noticed that the cormorants have such beautiful, like turquoise blue eyes.
I'm not
It's
sure.
just gorgeous.
I don't think I've ever gotten that close. Well, this one you can kind of see that in this one on that picture. At least I can. They've become, in some areas, they are considered a nuisance because fishermen think they eat too many fish, and in some cases they might. I'm not going to say they do or they don't right now, but we had a problem with them down here because they were starting to get so. We started to get so many that, and they roost on islands, tend to roost on islands, and their excrement will kill vegetation in a couple of years. Great blue herons and other heron birds like sulfur crested or black crown, they'll nest in the trees too, but they will kill vegetation over time, but it takes longer. Cormorants seem to be able to do it in a year or two, and of course then the islands is naked and susceptible to erosion, which was an issue we had anyway. So we had to. That was becoming an issue to think about down here. They were really hard on some of our islands.
I can't see it.
Kay said they had bats in their chimney in their garage. We thought it was a snake. We thought it was a snake because we could hear it was them hissing. We used to have snakes. This is a true story. In that office building that I worked in, that everybody said was haunted. Every once in a while at night, you'd be in there working, and you'd hear something slither across up above the tiles, and there was a couple of rat snakes living in there, keeping the rodent population cleaned out. But they must have been good size because you'd hear them going across the ceiling.
So one of the cool things about cormorants, in the Far East, they actually put rings around their necks and use them to fish with.
Yeah, I remember a story growing up about a Chinese fisherman who had cormorants, and he was using
they let them dive down and catch fish, and they can't swallow them because of the ring that they affix to them, and they use them as a method of fishing. It just always fascinated me that somebody figured that out. Like, well, we'll put this ring around this bird's neck so it can't swallow, but it can still catch the fish. And then we'll steal its fish from it.
Yeah. Well, and I've seen a documentary one time where they showed this little old man that was doing that and still using that cormorant method and whatever you want to call it. And they used them like that, and they did wring their necks, but apparently they could not wring their necks, but wring their necks.
But they could take the ring off
and feed them, and they evidently took really good care of them because these birds once they were imprinted and used to doing this, they would stay around the guy. They would hang around the boat. They hung around with the fishermen. So they did feed them and take care of them. It wasn't on there permanently, and it's kind of using the environment you have to catch fish was probably not a bad idea somebody came up with.
Can I share a screen?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Do you know how to do it? I don't know how to do it from here. Can I just turn mine off and let you do it?
It should come up that I'm trying to share a screen with you.
Here it is. There it is.
Oh, cool.
That's a good picture.
Look at that beauty. Wow.
There you can see the eye. Yeah, that's what gets me. I mean, your photography is always so sharp.
That's beautiful.
What you need, babe?
I love this one. I wish I could have seen his eye a little bit more, but it's turned to the left. But
Did I put them back?
I like trying to catch them in flight. I like the whole wing expansion, and I also like that you can see the water droplets on it. You know, it was a good day.
Was this still in Louisiana, or is this up your way now?
Pardon me?
Was this in Louisiana, or is this up there now in Michigan?
No, this is down Louisiana. See, he's sitting up on top of one of them boats.
He's on a boat. I didn't know if he's on a boat or like a channel marker or something.
So while you were down there, how many redfish did you catch?
I didn't do any fishing. I was there strictly for photography. I was staying at my cousin's place down there, and
that's beautiful
on Shell Beach, which is down on the canals. Anyways, one of these times I'll go fishing with him, because that's what he does. He's a captain down there. He takes people fishing and poultry,
cool.
and stuff.
Take a moment. Hi, Cherie. Welcome in. Good to see you. You're probably on your lunch break about now.
Cherie. Yeah, double-breasted cormorant. That's right.
Look at that.
I like seeing that's how they just dry out. Just, you know.
And that's the only time they actually kind of look like an anhingas, when they're actually dry. They're not. If you look at them close enough, anhinga has more color, but they both set around like that. Of course, buzzards do that too, but not for the exact same reason. They're getting the dew off usually, or vultures, excuse me.
Oh, that's cool.
So this is the one that you saw him flight earlier and posing up there. So I just been watching it, right? And then when it started to go, I'm like, all right, click, 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 click.
That's what we used to call a Disney shot.
Yeah. So there's my cormorant.
Beautiful.
Anytime
stuff.
you can catch them, catch wildlife or bird of any kind of bird.
That's my favorite right there, though. That's cool.
It's my favorite though, actually. Yeah, because
that is good.
When I looked at it through the little LCD screen in the back of the camera, I'm like, oh, look at that. And that's when I noticed the turquoise eye. So, yeah.
I have handled dozens of these guys over the years that were injured or caught up in fishing lines or whatever. And I really never noticed that before. The next one I handle, I'm going to have to check out the blue eye. Usually they're trying to take your hide off, though, when you've got them in your possession. So
yeah, I'm sure they are.
And those guys in particular will take your hide off.
Anything else they can peck at while they're at it.
Yeah.
Watch great blues.
I caught one of those in a muskrat trap when I was a boy.
Oh, wow.
And we walked in on it to take it out of the trap, and instead of taking like your coat off and throwing it over the bird so it couldn't peck at you, we just walked in and tried to grab it by its neck. And they'll hurt you when they hit you with that beak.
I bet.
They spear through fish, and they leave a mark. That's a beautiful photo.
I like that one.
As you can tell, this is down in Louisiana.
That's so cool. 2 species right there in the same frame.
That looks like a little white. That's not a cattle eater.
No, but yeah, you're right. It's an egret.
Yeah.
Egret. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, so along this strip, getting from like Chalmette, St. Bernard Parish, you gotta go south of there. And then you go along this strip, and it's canal on this side and swamp on this side, and That's where I had like a bunch of encounters with all these birds as well. And I'm like, I have to do this every year. I have to come here and get up on this third deck, get my camera on that tripod, and because so much happened, it was so beautiful.
So there's if you go to the southwestern part of the state, there's a great big lake over there called Calcasieu, and there's a wildlife refuge that surrounds it called Sabine, that's between Lake Calcasieu and the Texas border. And that's a place that you should go and try to photograph birds. It's really impressive. There probably half the world's spoonbills go there to winter.
Wow.
And it's a pretty impressive spot.
I always get stuck around New Orleans and stuff. I don't make it much further than there.
That's a pretty cool photo.
Yeah, it's just one of few. We were on our way to Pigeon River State Forest, and it's the largest contiguous forest in the state, and it has the largest elk herd east of the Mississippi. It is a beautiful location. I could just camp out there. But on the way, this is before we even got there. So on the way, I had spotted this eagle off the side, and I told my husband, stop the truck, grabbed my camera gear, went out to the side of the road, and started taking photos. And it was her and her male. And every tree that he would land on, she would get up and go and take over the spot. And he'd move to another one, and then she'd go and take over his spot over there.
I've seen. Go ahead,
She
Mark.
was getting ready to composting.
Yeah, Shelley missed that conversation, I think.
She probably saw that Samoan guy too.
Yeah. I got to see a pair in courtship flight one time up on North in the
Love that.
Year, maybe a little bit earlier. We used to do an winter eagle count on the lakes and rivers around here in conjunction with the national one they were doing. And I saw a pair, they were diving and just doing aerial acrobatics. They, one above the other, and they would just flip and spin and all kinds of stuff. It was really cool. I'd never seen that before in live, in real life. I've seen it on videos and stuff.
Right.
About it, but
they'll grasp their talons and spin and just all the way almost to the ground.
Yeah, they were doing that kind of stuff. One would flip over and they grab it. They do that tumbling through the air thing. It's really neat, and it was so cool.
That's a gorgeous photo.
Yeah, that's a good.
Look at the detail.
I want to just do like this down the back, just pet. Down the back. It's so beautiful. They're, plumage, like I have my chickens, their feathers are so soft, I could just imagine how silky they would feel. Anyways, it was a great day. My husband's like, so do we still need to go to the forest? And I'm like, yes, we still need to go to the forest. This was awesome. This was a bonus.
Right. Not finished. See you, Cherie. Sorry you had to go back to work. You may have been here longer. If you were, I apologize for not seeing you sooner.
Well, that looks like the opening ceremonies at the Olympics.
Yeah.
That's gorgeous.
I took that a few days ago, actually. I think I need to get a macro lens.
Oh, you don't have a macro lens? That's pretty close. Yeah, you do. I used to have a really neat macro setup. I even bought a macro adjustable thing. It had bellows on it that I was using. None of that fits anything new. That was all 35 millimeter stuff.
I do have a 35 millimeter, but I don't. Is there like another lens that maybe I need? Because there's like a macro setting, but I don't think I'm getting what I'm really looking for.
Well, you can take a 35 and probably put a macro filter on it or extender and do it. But yeah, if you can buy a true macro lens, there's very usually you get a lot sharper detail than you can with a filter and adapter. And
Right.
I can't remember what the one I had. I'd have to pull it out of my bag. I had a macro lens, but it might have been a 25 or a 29 millimeter, but it was it had that really close up focus capability. I like macro photography. I think it's really cool.
Well, I'm really eager to get
Look at that.
really nice photos of snowflakes. I love snowflakes. So
yeah, I've seen a couple of your snowflakes. I mean,
I really want to get them like nice and crisp, and it's a challenge. I see that some people may have like a setup, because I think sometimes you do need your camera mounted, but I'm always just walking around things and looking for the right snowflake.
So you shot snowflake pictures you just had. Are you saying you shot that free-handed?
Yeah.
Wow. That's pretty good.
This was up on a tree branch out here where the
oh, okay.
excuse me, where those ruffed grouse like to hang out.
Yeah.
It was up there. I was looking because the sun was kind of out, and I was looking for one to be sitting upright somewhere. And I had to get all in between the limbs.
That's cool, though. You can hold it. Your camera probably has stabilization on it too, which helps a lot. But
yes, thank goodness, because when you're in an awkward position, it's really hard to keep that.
I find that really interesting too, because if you really look at that picture,
of the snowflake.
That's okay. You can see several different shapes of snowflakes in that.
That's the other thing, is you see like all the stuff around them. You can see all the snowflakes just all kind of stacked on each other. I think it's beautiful.
4 or 5 right over here that you can't see the whole thing, but you can tell how much different they are than that one. Anyway, that's a squirrel. I'll get off that squirrel. That's a really good pelican picture.
He posed for me.
The detail on that bird is amazing.
That's amazing.
The feathers, wow. And it's got pretty good depth of field the feathers on the wing there, I'm pointing at like you can see me, but the feathers on the wing there are really sharp. And then right up to his head, that's a good one too. He's looking right at you there like, hey, what are you doing?
He totally posed. There was like 5 or 6 of them sitting up on these posts that were lined up. These are just some that I've converted to like be able to share. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I have so many photos of these birds. I don't know what to do with them all. Because we had like this whole moment. Like, I don't know. There's like a whole moment with these animals when I'm photographing that.
There is no reason why, and this is something I used to preach to people all the time. And back when we were shooting 35 millimeter film. Oh, that's good.
See, same bird. Told you he was striking poses.
He knew what he was doing. He probably got everything. Take as many pictures as you can, because we used to tell people, well, you won't be out there again. It's cheaper or if something you needed, it was easier and quicker. Take all you can. Film was cheaper than going back when it was filming. Now that it's digital and you're almost unlimited on how many exposures you can take, there's no reason not to, take hundreds of shots if you get a good opportunity.
Exactly.
I had somebody there I wanted to get rid of.
But that was also the first time that I seen, it's the first time I seen the brown pelican. And, well, not this particular pelican, but anyways, this particular pelican did like a yawn where its whole, it's inside, like come up or something. It's what it looks like. I have a picture of it somewhere. It's not very pretty. But I was like, what just happened? What was that? But yeah.
It came all the way up. I promise you it would stink, because they just eat fish.
We call this guy in particular Mr. Handsome, me and a friend of mine.
What's the point, Mark, about a pelican?
Well, its bill holds more than its belly can.
Like an odd looking bird and something, and it's
You
it's belly.
just have brown ones back there, Tim?
Yeah, I have seen there have been a very rare occasional white one that's come through here, and like I said, when I monitored the Tennessee bird list a lot, I'd hear about those things. But yeah, mostly, if we have browns at all here, we see those. But Florida and that area mostly have browns. There are a few whites. I guess if you get down along the coast, there are, yeah. But we actually have them here once in a while passing through. But we have had whites come through here from somewhere.
So they have a 12-foot wingspan.
Oh, they're huge.
A white pelican does.
Oh,
Wow.
these guys.
12 feet. 12 feet. That's like
That's
that's like
beautiful.
condor size.
Yeah,
Right.
really.
I would love to see that.
They're pretty cool. We get them here in the river. I mean, they migrate through here
Well, I never
every
dreamed.
year. And
Yeah, we
Pardon?
have breeding populations of them out there. I
we
didn't
do,
realize
we
that.
do, but we don't have brown pelicans. We only have white ones.
Yeah, see, these are the females.
That's still a gorgeous bird.
Well, the Browns for a while they were kind of
Look at
worried
that.
about, losing numbers, but they seem to have made a good comeback. And may have been another DDT thing for that matter. I'm not sure, but I love to watch them fly over the water.
They were everywhere. They were everywhere when I was down there. I was just like this. They were everywhere. It was amazing. And my uncle was hanging out with me, and it was all around good day.
Look
Are
at
you-
that.
Are you from down there?
No, my mama and all her side of the family are from down there, Mississippi and Louisiana area.
Okay.
And then when I did my ancestry thing, all my folks came from the overseas. They hit the South, Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Louisiana, Mississippi, into Texas, and then they all stayed down there. They liked it. I like how you can see all these feathers and stuff here. Just
I do too.
so pretty.
I used to try to always look for the eye, and a lot of people used to say, a good bird photograph or a wildlife photograph has a sharp eye, but there's a lot to be said for good feathers, and you get good feathers
And a good eye.
and a good eye.
The
That's
depth
why I'm amazed at the depth of
that's what I'm amazed at, is that it's sharp from front to back.
Yeah, with a telephoto lens, no less. I mean, that's cool.
Is
I
it
love.
about the size of a trash can, your lens?
I can go get it and show you.
I had a friend that was a wildlife photographer in Arizona, and I would take him out for owls and things, and I literally would carry his lens, just the lens, and then he would carry the rest of the stuff. And I mean, the lens was like 20 inches long. It was huge.
Yeah, but how big around was that?
Yeah, about like that.
Yeah, that's
Like
the real
a trash
key.
can. That's what I always call it.
I've had 400 millimeter. I think the longest I've ever had, and it wasn't. I didn't have the objective lens. I had the decent one, but it wasn't very fast. But you got to get some big glass to get them fast, and to have this kind of depth of field and stuff. I think, or fairly big anyway. But that's so much of that has changed with digital. Things can clean up, and I mean,
Look
you
at
can
that.
manipulate images if you want to, or need to, but.
That just looks like it's going to land in your face.
It looks like a pterodactyl, right? Like coming.
Yeah, yeah, literally.
They were
That's
everywhere.
cool.
I have so many.
So cool.
Oh my gosh.
Well, and I bet they're probably 8 to 10 feet across the wings.
Yeah, somewhere in that neighborhood. When you said 12, I thought, wow, I didn't think they were that big, but I wasn't thinking of whites. But yeah, they're pretty good size. They're at least
Whites are so much bigger than a brown. They're like a 14, 15 pound bird.
Oh,
And
okay.
so you got to have a lot of wing to carry that.
That's true.
weight. Amazing.
See that little one right there to the right on that hump? It's just like 5 little points, or I think 3 little points out by themselves. And they're kind of plain, almost like a, just a simple star without the filigree that this one has on it. And I know you can't tell where I'm pointing, but I'm doing it anyway.
Oh, there's our favorite.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Did you use the 22 right after you took this photo? Did you go ahead and shoot him off that wire?
I did not. I didn't know what it was until after I took the photo, and then
that would be the European starling.
Yeah. Probably one of our least favorite birds in the whole wide world.
I like to watch them.
Like them. I mean, I just hate them.
They're pretty, but they cause a lot of destruction.
I like when they do the big flights, like when they're all together.
They're neat in that regard, they are.
And they do this whole choreographed movement through the sky, and there's just hundreds of them. And I know that they do cause problems in certain locations because of that, but it's also very beautiful.
They're pretty hard on native birds, but they've been here so long now, we might as well give it up and say, well, they're here. They're
here. There's no doubt about that. We used to have huge flocks of them come over when the house we lived in between Jonesboro and Johnson City, long before I met you, Mark. There was a patch of woods not too far from where we lived, and they roosted in that patch of trees, or that little copse of trees.
Yeah.
And I walked over there one day, and it was ankle deep in bird crap. I didn't realize it till I got over and saw it. But they would be in there, thousands and thousands and tens of thousands of them would be in there every night.
Wow.
Look at the ibis.
Yeah.
Or is that ibi?
Ibis is. I believe it's ibis.
Yeah, I think it's just ibis.
I thought it was ibis.
Moose.
What's that?
Like moose.
Yeah, there's no meese.
You can see a moose or see some moose, but not meese.
So this is still down in Louisiana. This is on that stretch of road there where I saw the blue heron, and this was pretty much all the same morning. Okay, so I'm driving along. I see this tree full of all these. I'm like, what birds are these? So I got out, started taking photos. On the same road the osprey had in the back, that I also drove down a little further, and it was there. And then I drove a little further, the blue heron and the egret was on the right. Anyways, so yeah, this was kind of my first encounter with the ibis. This one didn't come into focus too well, but I like this guy standing here.
That's an immature, isn't it? Or actually,
that brown one?
Yeah, isn't that? Or am I got a species?
Yeah, it's a juvenile.
Yeah.
We have a little purple colored one that they call white-faced ibis that comes here right here at the river bottom. We'll have them stopping here at the house, but they're quite a bit smaller than those. This
I like this one. This one here.
But they're cool.
It looks like it's smiling, right?
Mark, I don't know what their native foods were originally, but these guys will eat. They're all over the parks at Disney now, especially around water. But they will eat virtually anything they can get from somebody. They are such beggars. They try to keep people from feeding them down there, but they do. And I've seen them eat everything from turkey legs to.
Well, Dean probably doesn't like them then.
No, yeah, that's true. Good point.
So was that a cattle egret or a snow egret on that last photo?
No, I missed it. I was talking.
It's down there in the corner.
Oh yeah, right there. That's probably a snowy or a little bit because I
You
don't
can't
see
see the
the
legs.
sulfur colored
Yeah,
feathers.
it's not got the cattle egret kind of,
Yeah,
It does have that little tuft on the back,
but
and they
not
had
they have like an orange
yeah.
off
and
color on
I believe black legs. This one had. It's
black
in
legs
some other.
and yellow feet.
No, but all black.
They were all black.
Hmm. This one looks like it's dancing a jig
And
to
either
me.
that or he's got a wonky leg. That's some position he's in there.
Right?
I'd like to know the music in his head.
No, there's the yellow feet right there. Look.
Yeah, so that's a snowy.
Yeah, there you go.
According to Roger Tory Peterson.
The Bible. One of them anyway. I got to check. I'm checking it. Chad, I don't want to. It's okay, Carol. I got the last bot. It's fine. I was trying to see if anybody had any questions. I should be looking more attention to the.
So there's some of my picks, some of my favorites. I mean, I have lots more, but you know.
Well, I'm impressed. I have always been. But and how long did you say you've actually been doing this?
Look at this one.
There's a nice guy. I've got some of those.
Look at
He's so cute.
the nut hatch.
Oh, it's so cute. Oh my gosh. Let's see, I got my camera Christmas of 2017. So my husband got me my Nikon. But mostly I took pictures of like flowers and my kids with my previous digital camera. And then when I got my camera up, when we moved up here and I've got all this nature and wildlife around me, then I'm home. It's just my thing. I'm always outside. So
That's
done well with it. I know that. I've always looked at Nikon equipment, and seeing your work with the Nikon made me want one even more again. I used to have years ago. I had a 35 millimeter film camera, Nikon, Nichromat actually, but I had Nikon lenses would fit on it, or Nikkor lenses. So I saved up money to get a few nice pieces of glass back then, and there was several of us had a dark room together. And we shot mostly black and white back then. We all had Nikons or Nichromat stuff, so we could buy lenses and interchange sometimes. We had a really nice macro lens in the crowd back then, and a couple of long lenses, and just some general lenses. But I really like Nikon stuff.
my husband did all the like research. He's the one because it was a surprise. So like he did all the research and everything to decide what it was I was, he was going to get me. So I never really looked into all the research and stuff of it because I thought I'd never be able to afford one. So
that's why I don't have a new one right now.
But yeah, like my son was telling me I should just keep it around like a necklace around my neck because the other day when I got done taking him to work and on my way back over there on the river, which it's the Sheboygan River off, that, and then it turns into Black River. And right there at the bridge, there was some ducks, some mallards and stuff, but there was swans. And then I had to like look again because I'm driving and I had to look. It was muted or trumpeted swans.
Oh man!
And I wished I had my camera on me.
I bet you do.
My phone is it does some good photos, but when it comes to those kind of moments, I want my Nikon. So if you don't know, the trumpeter swans are an endangered species, and I thought maybe they migrated, but apparently they don't. So they're beautiful.
Do
So
you
beautiful.
see any up your way, Mark? I know you guys have some.
Yeah, we have them nesting right over here on the river, about 20 miles from the house.
Do you have muted swans up there too now?
No, we
No.
have tundras and trumpeters,
Cool.
and the trumpeters are doing really well out here now, and we have gazillions of
Oh wow.
tundra.
Calliope?
Look at that beauty. I don't even know what
Is
species
that
that
a
is.
calliope, Shelley, or do you know?
That's not a calliope.
Oh,
It's
okay.
a ruby-throated hummingbird.
That's a wild throat color on that.
It is.
It's just the lighting got caught right. You know what I
That's
mean?
cool. You caught the iridescence just perfect.
Yeah.
Here, the lighting isn't. And this is the female. Now
Female,
she's
yeah.
got that pretty green like the males, but here you can't see the red either. It's got to be when that
Yeah.
light.
That was wild.
Those are good shots. See, look at that one all fluffed up. Oh, he looks twice as big as he would normally. Here it is. I started saying I had my siblings laying here too a minute ago.
We don't have ruby throats out here. We've got
Yeah, but you got
Yeah.
5 or 6 different ones.
rufus and calliopes and broadtails mostly here at the house.
Well, see, yeah, most of the U.S. only gets the ruby throat, and
Right.
it isn't until you get to the west and southwest, and then to the southern parts of the continent, like Mexico and stuff like that, that you get the major variety. Because there's like 600 plus species of hummingbirds, and we only get to see like one.
Yeah. Well, if you ever get a chance to go to the Southwest down by the border, particularly in Southwest New Mexico or Southeastern Arizona, wear a red hat, and you'll see hummingbirds that are big as B-52s. There's a couple of species down there that are probably 6 inches in length. They're great big hummingbirds. Magnificence, and I can't remember what the other species was.
There, Shelly. Sorry, I call you Shelly. I used to work with a Shelly instead of a Shelly.
It's okay.
It took me forever to start saying Shelly instead of Shelly, and now I can't say Shelly.
This is definitely
a really good shot there. I love that.
Adult male. I noticed that the more mature ones have this white on them.
We get here in the wintertime, and I haven't monitored the bird list lately, but we always get a couple of different things that come through here in the winter. It's really odd, but we'll usually get a calliope or two, and sometimes a rufus will come through here and hang around. Usually, if they're here, they'll hang around for the winter, and then they'll be gone. You won't see another one. It's not like so they evidently get blown off course or something, and end up over here, and they'll winter here sometimes.
Oh.
We have such strong winds. I've seen them get blown right out of the sky.
Aww.
We were sitting eating lunch on a rim one day, and the wind was blowing about 40, and we were looking into the wind, and something went whizzing by my head and landed in the sagebrush, and we went and looked for what we didn't know what it was, and went and looked for it, and it was a little hummingbird.
Oh wow!
Like a little rufous hummingbird, and I sat him on a shrub, and he sat there for a little while, and the wind kind of calmed down a little bit, and then he took off. He literally got blown down. Look at that! I've never seen one with that color.
I had such a great time trying to photograph these birds. So it's that my mama's down in Mississippi, and she had a couple hummingbird feeders out there, but then she saw me trying to take photos, so she went and bought some more hummingbird feeders, and then we had birds like everywhere, and they're like little TIE fighters flying all over the place.
They are. When you get a bunch of them together, they're fun to watch because they battle, and I always thought they kind of reminded me of battling tops. Did you ever have that game when you were a kid where you spin tops and they bounce off each other? That's what they reminded me of because they get really when there's a whole bunch of males around, they get really excited.
Yeah. So it was fun. It was I'm gonna get a good shot of this hummingbird, and if it takes me all day, you know, and like one day I took like 420 shots. So
I love that. That's a really good shot there. You don't
That's
see
a
one.
really good shot.
I mean, look how elongated he looks. He's got his neck up, and
he's looking right at me. I'm telling you, he's posing.
that's great. I took a class many years ago from a guy, local guy, and he was showing us some of his stuff. That's a good shot too. I like the other one better, but that's a good shot.
It's a nice profile.
Look how much different. Yeah, look how much difference in how the light's hitting his neck. I mean, it's almost dull now, and a minute ago it was so bright. From that other angle when he had his head the other way. There.
That's amazing.
Look at that. I mean, yeah, that's just that iridescence. Wow. It almost doesn't look like the same bird. I mean,
oh, that's him. I've got a few consecutive shots of him sitting on that.
but he'd worked for years. This was back when digital cameras were just starting to really come on. And he'd worked for years with his manual cameras to get a shot of a hummingbird at the feeder, you know, just hovering, but with the wings frozen. And he just couldn't ever get it. And then he got a new camera, and he had an icon, and it had some kind of a remote sensing switch that he could take, and it took the shot. Basically, took it for him, kind of. And he got a perfect picture of a hummingbird hovering at the feeder, and you could see the wings and all the detail. But now that's not as uncommon. But you've got some great shots there of those. They're ospreys. We have a lot of ospreys here too now, at least on some of our reservoir. In fact, I see them outside here. We've got some just across the road here from us, not half.
That's over here on the dam, right over there. There's a nest, and then at the end over on the bay, there's another nest. So I look forward to them coming every year because they come back to the same nest.
They get all over river markers and mile markers and things like that in the river channels down here where there's commercial navigation and the barge traffic and stuff in the rivers down here. And they have to have, you know, it's not like the Great Lakes, and you know, you got to kind of mark that channel. They like to nest on top of those things.
They sure do. They're a pretty big nest. They're not the size of like bald eagle nests, which are like small sedans.
Yeah. But, yes, they are. Yeah, and these things would nest in front of people's houses, literally right on, sometimes on top of a post or something they had sitting out there, or people would put a nest structure up. And some people, once they had them for a year or so, kind of wish they were gone because they were so nasty. They are kind of nasty.
Well, birds, big raptors, and yeah, they have to defecate, and it's not pretty, and it can be messy.
You tell people that because I'm all for them putting them up, but you know, I want them to be willing to live with it if you know.
Right. But I don't have to put one up, and it like over in one of the protected water areas up here, they've got they put up a thing for bald eagles in that area. But so I think if they put up structures like that in natural marshlands and natural zones for the animals, then you know that'd be more beneficial than trying to put them up in your own yard.
It would be.
You know, now bats, when you do like the bat houses, don't go and get like the biggest bat house. You want to start something small. You don't really want a bunch of the guano either, and you definitely want it off your property or like edge of your property. You know what I mean?
Like great fertilizer if you're willing to, you know, dig it out and use it. But
I mean, just having a bird feeder out there, the birds make such a mess. There's black sunflower seed everywhere. Their birds are just messy.
Somebody was Rhonda was asking what kind of Nikon you have, Jelly. You know
D5300.
And it's 4 or 5 years old now, so
yeah.
That technology's probably upgraded since then.
I'm sure it has. I'm sure it has, but I'm not. I love my camera, so.
There's no reason to change it. I mean, I don't see a reason why I would. I'd be all for that. Those are some good osprey shots. Mark may or may not remember this, but the first osprey I remember seeing, at least in this country, he and I were out in a canoe one day on another reservoir not far from where I lived in Upper East Tennessee, and on Boone, and we saw an osprey come in and light on a post or a tree limb, and that's the first time this was, oh my God, that's probably in either early 80s or late 70s, and that was the first one I'd ever seen up there. And I think since then they've got some nesting pairs up there, but it was a big deal for us because we just didn't see birds like that there. You didn't see bald eagles here then either much. And the first bald eagles I ever saw in the wild were in Florida, and they were nesting, but they were nesting right on the roadside down there. And in fact, there were several nested in the same area, and people had stopped to look at them. And of course, I thought it was fascinating, but I thought, wow, they're right by the road, which I didn't realize what a big deal that was, because we would get nesting pairs up here for a long time. And Mark was alluding to this a while ago. He talked about feeding the one land between the lakes. They used to have they wouldn't let anybody get within a quarter mile of their nest because they were still trying to rebuild the populations, and if they were so worried, and Mark can tell you that too. I was talking about, Mark, the distance we used to have to stay away from eagles back when, that was a real concern.
Yeah. I used to just I had that little square stern canoe, and I would motor in underneath their nest trees and drop all those dead fish on the beach. And then I was the only person allowed in there.
Yeah.
They had like a 1 mile buffer around that nest site.
Yeah, they did.
And they've they've come back so strong that they've dropped all those restrictions.
Right. They're not on the list anymore.
Nope, neither. Yeah.
I love the way.
And ospreys never were, but they were in trouble too.
They've made a huge. We've got many, many more here. I don't know if you were still here, but we've got some right across the road now. Do you remember the first time you and I saw an osprey up around Jonesboro?
Yeah.
It's out at Boone Lake. We were at our garping hole, I think.
Yep.
The carp hole. We were bow fishing, and we saw one. There's one with a fish.
This is my first time seeing an osprey out in the wild. Yeah.
So we used to go to the Flathead River in northwest Montana on Christmas Day and watch the ospreys fish. There was a salmon run going on.
Wow.
And they would come down and catch those salmon or bull trout or something. And then the bald eagles were always there in mass. There would be dozens of them. And they'd wait till an osprey would catch a fish, and then they'd swoop in and hit the osprey, who would drop the fish. And the eagle would pick that fish up before it hit the water. It always amazed me.
Wow.
Yeah,
Birds is cool. Birds is cool.
Birds is cool.
Birds is cool.
Rhonda's got a Z6. That's nice, Rhonda.
Yeah.
Look at that sapsucker.
That's a good picture.
That's a cool picture.
I love the way the wind's. I think it's the wind fluffing its feathers a little bit there.
It was up there preening, and it paused and took a minute to
So have you seen where they set their little insect traps? They always call them sapsuckers because they'll make a little series of holes, and it'll let the sap out of the tree, which attracts insects, and then they come back to those traps and eat the insect. They're not really interested in the sap. They want what's coming after.
Look, there's you some sap right there.
Yeah.
Now see, it's coming out a little bit different there. Around here, when you see them on a hard, like a maple or something, they have the little cone. It looks
Unless
like
that's
somebody
bark.
built the tree
That
with a
look-
hammer or something bit or something, you know. And there'll just be row after row of them sometimes on a tree.
Aw. Yeah, I get excited when there's a new bird.
Hope you get feeling better, buddy. Thanks for coming by. Yeah, they're up to a Z9. I just saw something about a Z9, Rhonda, and it was, I thought, well, I'd like to get to that end, but I'll probably never get that far up. The Z6 is a nice can. Is that mirrorless too, Rhonda? Is yours mirrorless, Shelly, or is it a mirrored, real?
Wow.
I'm sorry, what's that?
Your camera, is it mirrorless or has it got a?
No, it's not mirrorless.
Okay. Now, what is that one with the yellow feathers like that?
This is called a yellow wormed something warbler. It's a type of warbler.
Yellow rumped.
Yellow rump. That's it.
Oh,
I just
okay.
did like a YLWRMPD.
Yeah, yellow rumped.
No. Yeah, because there's some birds that don't come down. There's
Audubon.
quite a few birds that don't come to the feeders and they hang out in the trees, right? And I got some big trees out there, so
Tennessee has a when they're especially when they're migrating, has a lot of different warblers that come through this area. And
now there is, I guess, some species of warbler. I have to go get my book. That is just like here in the state, and then mostly up in the UP, I guess.
yeah,
I'm like, well, yeah, there's this beautiful preserve up there that I went to in the fall, eager to see all kinds of, wildlife that I hadn't seen. I've heard loon over here, but I haven't seen loon. I haven't been able to photograph a loon, and
Bye, Carol. Thanks for coming by. And I did not realize what time it was, so thank you for hanging around as long as you did.
yeah, thanks. And sorry if I went overboard with my photos.
No. That's just why I asked you if you wanted to come on. And,
Could do this all day long.
yeah. Yeah, that's what we're in. That's what we've kind of done. I didn't realize what time it is. We've been on a long time today. I'm not complaining. Please don't think I am. I love it. I just didn't realize time has gone back.
So this is that tree that's out here. It blooms it produces this fruit every 2 years.
That's your grouse tree.
Yeah.
That's the grouse tree. It is also the goldfinch love it. The pine grosbeak like it.
Really?
The cedar waxwings the grosbeak.
Yes, I do.
They make such a mess. You see all these little bits, like the snow will be white underneath, and you just see it's just pink and red from you hear them up there just going to town.
We have that species here as well, but we never see it at our house. We get blue grosbeak, black-headed grosbeak, evening grosbeak, and rose-breasted.
Oh, I love the rose-breasted.
All here at the house, and we never get the pine. If we got the pine, we'd have like the grand slam of grosbeak, but we don't get it though. So
here, where are you? This one.
oh, what a beauty! Look at that.
This is I think this is like a younger male. So this would be the older male. This is more of a mature male here, I think.
Wow.
Okay, I'm going to ask a question I should know, but what is that tree? What's the fruit? Is it? I mean,
well, the previous owners had like drawn. That's a female. No, that's a juvenile male, and they said it was like a crabapple tree, but I know crabapples are a little bigger than this. This looks more like a, almost like cranberry size. And it only produces every other year. And oh my gosh, I need to take the production year like I should have done this year and just go through all the phases that this tree goes through. It's such a beautiful tree.
So there's so much fruit on it. Do you collect the fruit and try to start different ones?
No, because I don't know what it is. But it is
It may be exotic. I mean, it may be an exotic. That's what I was trying to figure out.
But it's a good bird tree.
Oh yeah, look at it. I mean, that picture right there says it all. There's fruit on every twig.
That's amazing.
This female, she's
good shot too.
Look at it. She's got that fruit all over her beak.
Yeah. And you can see it.
This one's here. Look at it.
There.
Yeah, whatever that tree is, that's a very good bird tree.
Yeah.
I have exotic willow. I have a couple of big willow trees in my yard that are not native. I would plant one of those. I would plant one of those, or maybe a dozen of them if I knew they'd grow.
Yeah, I'd like to know what that is for sure. I got to
know how we got to that one. Hold on, let's get to this one.
There you go.
And then somehow my osprey popped up.
I love that though. You're catching them in a. Okay,
that was a pretty cool osprey photo. Thanks for dropping that one in. Though
one of the things that makes this picture, some of these you've shown just now, are so good to me, is these birds are feeding on this fruit, and then it's all over their face, their beaks and stuff, and you don't see that all the time. I mean, you see birds in trees and stuff, and sometimes you see one with something in its mouth, but you can really know what these birds are doing.
They're just like they're sticking their face in the watermelon and going to town.
Exactly.
That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
I love that. That's just so much. I don't know. To somebody like me, that's just a whole nother level of. I'm not saying that picture makes it a greater picture than just a good sharp photo of the bird, but it's really showing one in true life situation here. It's not, not
tell the story
kind of thing.
Gives you some life history on that
bird. Yeah, exactly.
If we knew what that tree was.
If we knew.
What time of year is this happening? Fall.
This was like, when was this? This just recently.
Oh, okay.
So that fruit's persisting on that tree through the winter?
Yeah, but I've never seen them come to I have the grouse that come to the tree and then the cedar waxwings, but this is the first time I've seen the pine grosbeak, and they're just been going to town on it.
And as a wildlife biologist, as like a 30-year vet wildlife biologist, I need you to say grosbeak because that's correct.
Isn't it really grosbeak? Because I don't think they're gross, so I call them a grosbeak.
No, but they're gross.
Dang it! I don't like them.
Sorry about that. I get anal about some things, so
I think it's not a pretty name. Who came up with that name?
It's because of the size and the heaviness of the beak.
Yeah.
They have such beautiful music. They sing so pretty. There you go.
It's not because they're gross. It's because their beak is heavy and massive and yeah. Anyway,
like they almost have the same structure as a cardinal beak.
They do. They do.
So this is one of the parents. Nope, this is Mama.
Rhonda thinks this might be a mountain ash, and it might be. I'd have to look that up. I don't know mountain ash. I got books for it though, right here.
Which
is a native tree if it is a mountain ash.
Yeah.
What, those berries?
Yeah, with that color berry and all that on.
It's not
a flower.
It's not a really common tree, but it is a native tree if it is a mountain ash.
It flowers. It has the same blossom as apple blossoms.
Oh, cool.
And I know there's some like cultivated versions of crab apple. If you look at wild crab apples, they're always green. Like when I was a boy, we used to like if we had any city folk cousins that would come out to the woods, we'd feed them crab apples and grain
I see that's
persimmons.
where you were going with that.
and so wild crab apples are really tart, and grain persimmons will make your mouth turn wrong side out. But
Absolutely.
but there are several species of cultivated crab apples that have a smaller berry, and I wonder if maybe it is one of those versions.
Hey, this is the buds in the spring on that tree.
I bet it is a crab, like a non-native, like cultivated version.
Maybe it might be.
Which birds love those. So,
and this is how it looks in the spring. This is absolutely beautiful.
It's a cool looking plant.
See,
yeah, I mean, it looks like an apple blossom.
Yeah, it does.
See?
Well, Rhonda mentioned some kind of one of the crab apples too, but I don't know which one that is.
And Rhonda says really tart is putting it mildly.
Yeah.
And we used to collect crab apples, and my great grandmother would make jelly out of them. And if you put enough sugar in them, they're great. But
when we used to have a little crab apple tree in the backyard of Mom and Dad's house, and when they got ripe, I would eat them sometimes, and they weren't very big, and they weren't that sweet, but they weren't bad. I mean, you could eat them, but I never tried. But we never did anything with them.
And Rhonda says that's a crab apple. So
that's probably what it is. There's the grouse. Man, I tell you what though, I don't think I've ever seen one that full of fruit.
No,
and that is the king.
This is spring.
Birds.
King bird, yeah.
That is the king of all game birds right there.
So this is the spring, because you see this is newer growth coming on.
Yeah.
Last year's fruit then? Yeah, it would be.
And you see the pine grosbeak have not been
nice job.
Visiting.
Look at that Ruffy. What a beautiful bird. Yeah. That's my favorite bird of all time, all species.
Ah.
I love to look at them. I love to watch them on their drumming logs. I love to hear them. I love to eat them. That's my favorite bird.
Well, if I get to hear them tonight, I'll try to record them while they're out at the tree. Maybe you can hear them, because I was listening to them last night.
You also do have mountain ash up that way, but I without seeing a leaf, I think it probably is a crab apple. But
so mountain ash produced those blossoms like I showed you?
Well, I don't think so. I don't see the blossoms, and I don't have them in this particular book. So I just have in fact, I don't have the leaf.
Yeah, I think that's a domesticated.
I think it is too. I think it's a crab
apple.
Well, I know.
I'm almost surprised that when the waxwings hit it, they don't pick it clean. I've seen those guys empty a cedar tree.
Right?
I mean,
I love the waxwings, though.
They'll just flock onto something and just eat them all and then leave. Go to the next one.
That's probably they're real particular on what they feed on. And I bet the color of the fruit is what's attracting them to the tree. Right. And then they're not, it's not their cup of tea to eat crab apples. They prefer like cedar berries and holly berries and things like that. So
yeah.
I'm trying to find a picture of the tree, because I've taken a picture of it in the winter. Here's some more of the blossoms on the
bark
tree.
Would tell too, because mountain ash has a real distinctive bark.
Because I love this tree. I take pictures of it all the time, and I can't find all my stuff.
Rhonda, you said you forgot a lot. Did you used to do that kind of stuff, or work with that kind of vegetation, or I don't know what your background is. So please don't let me make it sound like you.
Okay, here's what the tree looks like in the winter when it didn't produce a bunch of fruit.
Yeah, I think that's a crab apple. I mean, that's more crab appleish to me than from there. It's the way that it's shaped. It looks like a. Oh, okay. Okay. So you've had some vocational horticulture. That's what I wondered.
Sorry, I keep popping out. My dogs keep running off.
It's all good.
They're chasing after something.
Don't you think that looks crab appley there to me, just the profile?
Oh yeah. Ours always grew in the woods, but they're kind of stumpy, horizontal branches.
Yeah. Not super tall.
But ours were native, like wild crab apple.
Well,
and they just got green. They never did turn red or anything, and the deer would eat them.
Oh, the deer come over and eat these too. Yeah, you just reminded me.
I bet they pick
rabbits, the deer.
Yeah, that's a good tree. That's a great tree to have in your yard.
Yeah. Now, see, I could take all these little things on the bottom there. You see those little sprout coming up?
Yeah.
I can take those and replant them somewhere, right?
Maybe.
I would try it. I mean, to me, it would be worth.
I'd have a whole forest of those little guys. I mean, that's definitely one of the most valuable trees in your neighborhood right there.
I agree, because the bees are like I love it when it's blossoming. You just hear the hum, and it's also, I like to photograph the bees, and you just see all kinds of life going on in that tree.
Mark, were you guys restricted on planting non-natives?
Well, we weren't, when I started here in Wyoming, we were not. We used to plant Russian olives.
Yeah.
Which were a species of tree that would actually grow in Wyoming because they look like a big sagebrush plant, basically. And they're really tolerant to drought and dry country and poor soils. But they did really well. And they actually, about halfway through my career, they got designated to be an invasive species.
Right. And
we quit planting them, and we actually worked at trying to get rid of them. But from a wildlife standpoint, they were actually a pretty beneficial plant. A lot of the game birds loved eating the fruits off of those, and they're pretty handy cover for big game, and anyway, there's a real war on that whole species in the West now, because it basically takes over everything, and you stop getting cottonwood regeneration, etc. And we have two of them on my place, and I keep taking a chainsaw down there, and like I'm gonna saw those down. My wife threatens me with bodily harm.
They used to plant autumn olive up here, and I don't know how closely those are related, but
I think they're fairly closely related.
I do too, because I think they're from basically the same part of the world, and they couldn't plant those anymore for the same reasons, and they are very invasive. I see them all over the place now, and so we were always trying to get rid of them too. But again, as a wildlife tree or bush, they were amazing too, because they produced a lot of fruit. And the birds just love them, especially the little birds, because they have little tiny berries on them. And I used to eat them occasionally when they were ripe. They actually weren't that bad. They were tiny and full of seeds. But some people made jelly out of them and jam, and most people just didn't even notice them. But we cut down. We were trying to get them out of a lot of areas because they were so invasive. But we, being federal, we were not allowed to plant, not supposed to plant anything exotic.
Right.
It was on the list on federal properties. Now we did get away with some grasses that were not technically, but they weren't invasive species so much.
Well, I was a state guy, and
Right.
so we didn't have all the rules that you
Well,
guys.
that's why I was asking, because I didn't. Wow, look at the blooms on that. Wow, that's an example of the fruit that's on it. Look how covered they are. No wonder there's so much fruit hanging from that tree.
So is your dog a bird dog?
No.
No. Okay.
He was a Bernese mountain dog. He's no longer with us anymore.
He looks different in that kind of pose than he did on the ground. He almost looked like an old timey Gordon setter when he was laying on the ground.
I had a friend down here that raised Gordon. So he does kind of look like Gordon.
He's got too much white on him, but he looks like an old Gordon. A beautiful dog.
He was a big boy. He was.
He was.
I called him my little fella, but
110 pounder.
Yeah, he's about 115 pounds.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, just the biggest cuddler. Like, he was my favorite. He's my bestest. It's my bestest. Anyway, so yeah, I was trying to give you more I was looking for the photos of the tree so you can see what kind of tree maybe we can identify it, but it's some type of crab apple.
I like how your yard's set up. You got a lot of edge and wildlife's really lots of species are attracted to that. Just the fact that it's kind of, you got some short grasses.
So are ticks.
Well, that's true. But you're gonna have the ticks anyway. I mean,
but anyways, I let the chickens come out and take care of that.
Yeah. You get some guinea fowl, they'd do it.
Yeah, they're tick killers. So
yeah, they're tick eaters big time,
and they're really hateful to be around. And my grandmother, and grandfather had them like running wild on their property, and they always whatever bedroom I seemed to sleep in when I was there, the guineas roosted right outside that window.
They knew you didn't like them,
and they get you up at 4:00 in the morning whether you want to or not.
My mama had some guineas. So
Ron, I know exactly what you mean. I grew up here, and it's still the pollen, the allergies down here kill me. And
oh, look at that beauty!
I never have oh man, that's a good picture. Man, he's so
good. These guys pose for me every time they're around. See these berries here? They like these.
Yeah,
they like these more than the crab apple.
Right.
And I have a bunch of these.
That's the color they would really be like hone in on.
Yeah.
Now, when you talk about they come and clean it out, that's what they do with these here. And once they clean them, they're gone. You don't see them for a while.
Right.
Yeah, I've had them. I had some. I hadn't seen any here, and I had some out back here not too long ago, a few weeks ago, and not a huge flock, but a group. And I could see them, and they were working on something back here behind the house. I haven't gone out to. Well, I can't really get back there now, but they were working on it pretty hard. But I've seen them fly into like a cedar tree around here and just pick it bare. And our cedars, they don't have fruit on them every few years, so they would just get them all. Seem like, of course, they're doing that. They go out and then they scatter the seed all over the place. I mean, it's not like they're not doing a job. They have the nature to do that too, and which is the thing wrong with autumn olive, and we're probably Russian olive. So, the time the birds get through, they spread it all over the next county, and it pops up pretty quick, and then pretty soon you got it everywhere.
What a beautiful bird. Golly.
That's another one of those birds that looks slick. The feathers just look so smooth.
I encountered them while we were up here. It was actually, I want to say about this time of year, February, March. And me and my daughter were coming back from the quarry out back. And we're tromping through the snow, and they just hear it. I don't know if you guys ever heard, like, I'm sure you guys have probably heard them, the sounds they make, that high pitched little whistly sound.
Yeah.
So we're coming back on our trail, and I have some apple trees back there, but they were everywhere, like everywhere. They were here, they were up here, they were in this tree, they're back here, and they're just everywhere. I'm like, oh my gosh, Kiana, look at all these, look at all these birds. It's amazing. She's like, yeah, this is cool. I'm going to the house. I'm like, okay, well, I'm gonna record photos, because they didn't seem to mind us there. You know what I mean? So I hung out with them.
When they're eating like that, or they're in a mat, they're pretty focused on what they're doing.
They did not mind my presence at all.
I've never walked into a bunch, but
it was awesome.
So we get both kinds here. We'll get these cedars, and we'll get the Bohemian lapwings.
Oh, I've never seen a Bohemian.
And but I'll see them like once every other 4th of July. They don't show up very often.
Oh,
look at that. Look at that beauty. Wow.
I've got one over here. Yeah, I had the other picture on my other screen. I had them both at the same time. That was good. This is a really nice picture. There's another one eating. That's good.
That's cool.
That's
cool.
Is that tree also in your yard?
Yeah, it's pretty much all my photos are from my yard. Unless I tell you I went down South Louisiana. Or my mama.
That looks like a cherry.
That's what I said. Yeah, wild or black or some kind of cherry tree.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I've seen bears up in those trees. Down
here.
Look,
it's got like some thorns on it though. See it?
Do what?
It's got like these kind of like thorns.
Oh.
But it sure looks like a wild cherry bark.
Yeah, it does. That's what I was looking at, was the bark.
I like the eye on this one.
That's beautiful.
Golly Moses. Look at the
feather detail.
Aren't they beautiful?
Wow. Wow.
So this is why I like birds. This is why I hang outside all the time. You never know what you're gonna see, you know.
So you're not too far from Michilimackinac?
Yeah, I'm not far from the Mackinac Bridge or anything.
So that's where all the black squirrels live.
I told her that. We were amazed by the black squirrels.
Now, see, I had black squirrels downstate, actually close to the Ohio border. I haven't seen any black squirrels up here where I'm in my yard, in my territory.
Oh, wow.
Now, I think there's some in town, maybe. I got red squirrel. That's what I got.
If you go up to the Mackinac Bridge or up to Mackinac City or...
Yeah, I've seen them in Mackinac City.
The old fort site there at Michilimackinac, they were everywhere.
Yeah, they were. We saw them just... And I've got some pictures of one standing with a gray. I mean, which are the same thing. They're just different color phases. But I was just, man, they just blew me away because I had never seen a black squirrel till we got up there.
I mean, we saw black fox squirrels, but not.
But that's different.
But not black gray squirrels.
Not black gray, yeah.
Yeah, down in Blissfield, Michigan, which is just east of Adrian, Michigan. They've got the black squirrels. And that's the first time I had, because normally I get the brown and gray ones in the other areas of Michigan. But yeah, up in Mackinac City, I've seen the black and the gray.
Rhonda, they are here too. At least they're I'm always complaining about them cleaning out my feeders. I haven't seen one today. I think, Mark, I got something here I'm going to show you. Well, I think
wow, look at that.
New squirrel deterrent came in today.
Oh.
We'll see when I open it. I don't know for sure if that's what it is.
Yeah, whatever. They'll have that figured out in 15 minutes.
If that's it, I got some different color paintballs. I'm hoping they'll work. I'm wanting to paint, Shelly. I'm going to paint Mark the squirrel so I can see which ones are coming back and which ones are moving on after I pop them with it. I'm hoping they'll go down to the other feeder. help my bird feeders, but I doubt it.
Look at that. It threw that fruit in the air and it's catching it.
Yep.
And there's its tongue. That's cool.
Oh, yeah,
That is so cool.
I've seen them do fish. I've seen great blues and things do fish that way, throw them out and catch them. But that's really cool catching one of those guys flipping a berry up. That's a good picture too. I love the way a top notch is standing up. Top notch.
Right. Look how I'm telling you, this one particularly. Some others flew off, but he stayed on the branch and just was.
Look at me. I'm handsome. Look at me.
Posing all the time.
That's pretty cool. I geek out over birds.
Me too. So thanks for letting me come and share my bird photos. And
That's so cool.
I'm a bird nerd, so.
I don't want you. I knew you had some great stuff. I didn't know what and how many, but I knew that this would be an asset, and I wanted you to get to. I'm sure you've showed them off before, but I want people to see them and talk about them because they're just the photos are great.
Thanks.
The fact that you've got that many species coming around that you can get to and see them and that's really cool. And who knew? I mean, I didn't know you had such a. I'm gonna, unless you want to show some more, which you're welcome to. That's a good one too. I like that one. His top knot's not is in focus, but look at that beak and eye. That is excellent.
It's so cute.
Yeah.
Oh my god. And I don't know. I like it when they look at me head on sometimes. I don't know. See his little eyebrows.
Yeah, that's good. That shows markings very well on his face.
Oh.
And head.
Looks like war paint.
Yeah, it does.
They're such beautiful birds. And I fell in love with them because they let me hang out, walk around, and take their photos. They're not shy like some other birds that I've tried, to photograph. They were just, I just move slowly and take my time. And I'm sorry, what's that?
I said warblers and some of the little birds like that can be pretty flighty unless you really. But you've got to sit down and be real still with most of them, or they tend to jump quick, and they can get used to you, and it's not so bad. But they rarely sit this still for this long to take this many pictures.
I would invest in it if you don't have one. I would invest in a little cheap pop-up blind that you could set up in a strategic spot, and they make them just for photography.
Yeah.
That you could just set it up and the birds will just like become totally comfortable around you. And man, it just makes photography that much easier when they don't know you're there.
That's a good idea. Like I don't know. When I go place, if I leave my yard, because normally I just hang out on my back porch, right? They don't see I'm always there, so they got to be used to me. I'm always there.
Yeah.
But when I go out somewhere, a blind thing would be kind of cool. But then again, I sit there and and wait long enough, things happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, that's the key to it. I mean, because if you sit there long enough and you're quiet enough, they'll start coming in, and then they will, then they can get used to you, and they will hang around long enough for you to do that. And
that's when the magic happens.
That's when the magic happens, but you can't go in there with a plan. You got to be able to take what is given you.
That's true. That's very true. And I don't know. That's the best I can do with 3. So, Shelly, I appreciate it. I'm glad you came in and showed us your pictures. I thank you very much for sharing that with us.
No, thank you. It was awesome to nerd out and share some of my photos. I have so many that I can't possibly, I can't
do it again someday. Who knows? Because we're both big wildlife nerds, period, and birds in particular. Mark has always been an excellent birder. I mean, he's always showed me things. So I know he worked with birds a lot in his job at different places and at different times. And I got to do some, but I didn't get to do as much concentrated or pointed effort. We were doing some things with food plots, trying to put the grasses in and had the right seeds and that sort of stuff. But
that's nice to
there were
do. I
native,
didn't do that.
we were doing native stuff, and sometimes you could really see the difference. But mostly, and a lot of times that was for different kinds of birds too. We worked with Quail Unlimited for a while to put in native grasses and things, and actually seemed to help the quail populations up around Norris. But stuff like that, and but it's just I appreciate it, and we both enjoy all it. I mean, we both ended up in a career in that field pretty much, and
that's awesome.
He was lucky, and I say this, he worked for a state agency and got to do more hands-on. I worked for a federal agency, which also had other duties, so I didn't get to do as much just wildlife work. What you got there, buddy?
That's a bird carving I'm working on.
That's a grouse carving.
Oh, look at that.
That's a strutting blue grouse or dusky grouse.
Yeah.
Wow, very cool.
I nerd out over birds really bad.
Are you gonna put separate wings on it? I couldn't tell what.
No, the wings are on there. The wings.
Okay. Now I see them. Okay.
Well, I can't figure out how to hold this. The wings are on there. The air sacs.
Yeah. Okay. That's what was throwing me off.
The tail and tail feathers in the back, and anyway, I don't have legs on it yet, and then I have to paint the darn thing. So.
Well, I'm sure when you get to it, it'll be good. I have no doubt.
But it's
very cool. So it's something
birds are worthy of nerding out about. Yeah. in my opinion.
Yes, indeed. So you do that's like a hobby, your wood carving?
Yeah, it's another one of those things that I need another hobby.
Yeah, but you've been doing that one since you were younger. Well, a lot of your hobbies were started when you were younger, but I mean, you've been carving birds and doing that kind of stuff as long as I've known you. Maybe.
Yeah, I've been carving birds a long time. So, but that's like my magnum opus. Is that the right term?
Might be.
If I can ever finish that blue grouse, I'll be tickled.
Well, that'll be good. I look forward to seeing it. That my daughter has a father-in-law who I don't know if you ever saw that or not, Shelley, but he does ducks.
Those were gorgeous. He was a master.
He's down in Louisiana, and he does ducks and other birds too. But he's kind of specialized, I guess, in the decoys and that kind of carving.
Right.
Man, his ducks are beautiful. They are just so detailed and impressive. It's amazing.
But it takes somebody like you with providing photographs like
Absolutely.
You can.
Yeah.
That would help the average carver. I just planned a new carving because of that darn cedar waxwing photo you had. So thanks a lot.
Wait, let me share this. This is one of my most recent, and this is the first time I got to photograph this bird. Okay. Maybe you'll want to carve this one. It's smaller.
What about, let's see if I can get, here it is.
Can you blow that?
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
So
the
cute.
titmouse?
Yeah.
Yeah, the tufted. Yeah.
That's a good photo.
I've literally had those land in the palm of my hand when I put sunflower seeds in my hand.
Mm-hmm.
and back east at my mom and dad's feeder.
Oh,
And
really?
literally had those just land right in my hand and eat right out of my hand. And then they're pretty tame. And then we have a plain titmouse that lives out here. It's not as pretty as a tufted, but they still have the little crest. They just don't have the colors.
This Rufus color here.
Yeah, they're just gray and kind of off white. But
I think that's the cutest little thing. And
Yeah, I like those guys.
they've been pretty shy around me. So this was just a couple days
They'll get
ago.
to where they'll just, like I said, if you've got a feeder, a sunflower feeder up, they'll literally, you can just stand there by the feeder with sunflowers in your hand, and those and chickadees will land right in your hand.
See, I tried that the other day and stood there, but they come right by me. They land right next to me. They had landed on my shoulder, but they just won't come to my hand yet.
They will. On your shoulder. They're getting close.
They will.
You probably got, here's another squirrel. We may never get off here. You should have real black-cap chickadees up your way too. We've got mostly Carolinas. There might be an occasional black-cap, and everybody calls them black-cap chickadees down here. But you probably got which are slightly bigger. I think not northerns, but black-caps are slightly bigger than the Carolinas. Not much, but their markings are slightly different. But
I got pictures of those too.
I'm sure
they're so cute. They're not shy at all. They're just so precious. I don't know, especially when they're sitting in the tree and they like puff up to keep warm, right? Because they're here throughout the winter, and they're just adorable.
Hey, we've got Carolina chickadees. We've got purple finches. We've got some white-breasted nuthatches.
I got red-breasted nuthatches too.
Oh yeah, we don't have.
They're like half the size of They're about the size. Actually, I want to say about the size of the chickadee, maybe a little smaller than the chickadee.
And we got the tufted titmice. These all come to my feeder here.
Nice.
Cardinals come to our feeder, and northern.
Get your camera. Put it on the tripod.
Oh, I don't have a good digital camera. I just got a point and shoot left over from my work days because I had it for that kind of stuff. But I've got my 35 millimeter, but I don't even know if I can find a place right here to develop film anymore. So I'm working on that. I'm going to get one eventually.
Rhonda had mentioned in there, Adorama is a good
place. Rhonda, thank you for hanging around, and we really appreciate it. Hope you've enjoyed it.
Take care, Rhonda.
Thanks for your information, by the way, about the trees. That was very helpful.
Yeah. But Adorama, I'm trying to think, like getting a refurbished camera also saves you a lot.
Yeah, I thought about that. I've actually looked into that too. I'm gonna end up with one. And I told Brenda, I said, I've gone too long without a good camera now. I need to get something. My buddy Phil has got a Nikon he got from a guy he worked with a couple of years ago. And it's a digital camera, but it's a little bit older, and it's actually looked a little bit more like the old F series or F1s or whatever they were, which when I was growing up, that was the camera. It was the F series Nikons were these great big hunking things that weighed about 10 pounds, but they were so cool. They were professional, There's a big swan.
There's a trumpeter swan. Look at that bend in its neck right at the base of its throat.
Yeah. Mutes have more of a curve up from there, right? I mean, that's one way to.
Well, mutes just don't belong here, and they.
Well, no, they don't. But I mean, when you see them from a distance.
But if you're looking at that species versus a tundra swan, which is native, that bend that happens right there just above its breast, that kind of pretty hard bend there, that's a definite characteristics between a trumpeter and a tundra. And then tundras have a yellow eye drop kind of patch in front of their eye. But you gotta be close to see that kind of stuff.
Yeah, that's true.
And trumpeters have kind of an orange line under their beak, their upper beak. The full length of their lower jaw is kind of orangey color, but you basically got to have them in your hand to see some of that stuff. So,
Yeah.
Right.
or have Shelly taking photographs of it.
Shelly, I don't know how many people are still watching. I know we've dropped off because people had to get busy. Are you selling any photos, or do you ever try, or have you?
You should be selling. You should be like going to the Michigan DNR
Yeah.
and say, "Hey, I've got photos." Like, I bet you could get your photos published in their magazine. They're wonder. I've looked at millions of bird photos, and I'll guarantee you they're like top class. And I bet the Michigan. I don't know what kind of magazine the state has. I assume they have a slick publication.
I'm sure
they put out. Most states do, and they eat that kind of stuff up if you have really good photos. So,
I was unaware of that.
Just a way, maybe you can buy like a new macro lens or something.
There you go.
Right now, I don't share a lot other than my Instagram, and sometimes I share my photos on my streams. Not as much as I guess I intended to, because even when I started my YouTube channel, it was supposed to be of locations that I go to here in northern Michigan, and then try to put like a little compilation of the photos I took. And now my husband does like the drone footage, and I try to put those things together, but my internet's terrible, so I haven't been able to keep up with that. It'll take days to upload a video to YouTube.
Good today. I don't know you being on here has been good. I know what you mean. I've seen when you were on and you were having troubles, but today it's been solid and steady. I haven't seen a glitch at all.
My son's at work. My husband took my son to work, so I've got all the bandwidth.
That makes a difference. Yeah.
Right. So thank you for letting me share, because I feel like when I do this on my stream, so I also stream on another platform on DLive, and I don't know, a lot of people like it, but then I feel that I may ramble on because I have like stories with my photos, like what I was doing, how I.
That's good though. I like that. I really do like it. I know everybody doesn't, but I think there's an audience for that. I really do.
And I don't know what I'm doing. I can't tell you specifics about photography. I don't know all those things.
Well, you might not know all the.
I don't know all the mumbo jumbo. I couldn't tell you about ISO, and I know that it's important, but I couldn't.
Know some of that. It was more important back when the camera didn't do it for you, and I don't mean that you're lazy by not knowing that, but you don't have to learn as much about some of that stuff now as you used to have to know. I mean, I grew up with cameras where you had to set ASA speeds and stuff when you started.
Right.
You don't have to do that anymore. Well,
you don't have to, but there are times that require you be able to do your shutter speed, your aperture, and your ISO. So I'm trying to start nighttime, night sky photography.
Yeah.
So I'm starting to learn those things, but I don't know if I'm knowledgeable enough to be able to tell everybody else how I figured it out.
You don't have to do all. I'm different. We're, as I used to say, we're kind of queer for birds, so it's different. Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't expect you to come in here and give us all the details like that. That'd be great. And there's times and place for some of that, and I bet you could do more than you think. But just because you don't think about it, but you still got stories. You still have stories to tell about what you're doing in your birding. Just getting out there and how you get close to the birds, how you find them, or other wildlife for that matter. I mean, you're welcome to come on our show. Talk about it because I enjoy it, and I don't I don't go out and look at websites and see what everybody else is putting out on the YouTube and stuff like that, but I've not run into I haven't run into anybody yet that can take pictures like you can. I'm sure there's people out there.
There are amazing photographers out there.
Oh, there are. But
Uh,
I'm like Mark. I've looked at a lot of photos for different things over my lifetime, including my own, and yours are top notch. They really are.
aw, that's so sweet of y'all to say.
Your focus and everything, and the fact that you're getting there's a lot to be said for being able to take the photos you do within the ranges that you're taking, even with a 600 millimeter lens. You still are getting close enough to birds or animals and doing things that allow you to get those kind of shots. And that everybody doesn't have the patience for that, or the talent for that, or maybe it's something else. I mean, Mark and I both would probably.
Snakiness is a skill.
It's a skill.
I am pretty sneaky.
Yeah, you got it. That's you can't teach some of that. It's a skill.
Yeah. I move slow. It's also, I have an energy that I try to keep positive and relaxed and, and try to be in the spirit of the moment, which I think kind of helps when I'm able to get these photographs. I'm not like, oh my gosh,
that makes a huge difference.
I'm just,
it's like a lion at a water hole. You gotta, like, you come in to get a drink and the zebras and everything stand around and let you go in and get a drink and they don't worry too much. But if you come in there, you come in there with your tail twitching a little bit and hunker down, they're gonna bolt.
yeah.
I think and I'm going to dive off a deep end, but there's something spiritual about when you're in the woods and you sit down and you kind of become, I'm not going to say you become one with nature. I'm not going to get too far out there, but
I kind of feel that's where I am though. So
yeah, and you do that. I mean, I know Mark's felt that, and I felt that. I mean, it's different, and if you have that ability, I think nature knows that too. I mean, you can blend a little bit.
Dang, you can't.
Hey, there's a black bear.
Yeah.
That's a good shot. I've got some with them up in the top of a big cherry tree here in the Smokies. How you wouldn't think a bear could get that high, but bam, when those cherries are in, they're up there.
Like a monkey.
They'll find a way.
And they just break off limbs. They pull them down. Oh, that's a good one. That's actually a pretty good sized bear.
That one's actually kind of like a couple years old.
Probably, yeah. Please.
They have the Oswald Bear Ranch up in the UP, and so they have their males, their females, their yearlings, and their cubs. So these guys were in the yearlings.
Is that a rehab center, or they doing something else with them?
No, it's kind of like they take in like nuisance bears or orphan bears, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and they just take care of them.
Actually, some of that's.
The guy goes out there in his ATV to feed those big males. They're huge, but they follow the ATV. They're trying to get in the back of the truck, before he can even get the food out to them. And, you see the one kind of leaning over his back and he's like, hold on, I'm getting it,
I'd say those are heavily acclimated bears there. Heavily imprinted upon now at this point. But they're very adaptable. They know where the food is. They're not going to ruin that. Well, there's my bot's back, or a bot's back. I think I got rid of it.
So yeah, it was nice.
Anyway, I think we probably ought to shut down. We've been on a long time. I've enjoyed it. It's been great fun for me.
Thank you. I like I said, I don't often share all these things, and And I'm always in your chat trying to talk to you about the bird stuff when you're talking bird stuff when I can be here. And then, that both of you guys are into it, and then I get to share with you is greatly appreciated. And thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, you're very welcome. I appreciate that. And but Mark started straight out of school. I had to go back to find it because it was something I wanted to do when I got out of school, but then I'm older, and at the time I came out, people kept saying, "Oh, you can't do that. You need to go off and do this." So I went off and worked on airplanes for a long time. And then when I got through, that stopped on me, I went back to college to get a degree in, something I was really interested in. But he was in it 30 years, I guess, officially, or thereabouts. I'm not sure exactly how many years you had total. I had 20 years in it.
Well, counting graduate school was 32 years. So
32 years.
And graduate school for me was a job.
Well, that's kind of how mine was. I was working with TVA as an intern or a contractor, basically, when I was trying to do my grad work. And but it was.
But I've been drawing birds and sitting in the woods drawing birds and everything since I was 8 or 10 years old. I mean, I nerd out pretty hard about them, and so does Tim.
I know this is not entirely the point, but Mark his mom used to tell a funny story, and or kind of funny about Mark and the woods. And when he was little, I guess he came home from school one day, and the teacher may have sent a note home or something, but they said he think Mark needs glasses. He was having trouble seeing the chalkboard, or I don't know what grade you were in then, but or if you were still
third or fourth or fifth or something.
So his mom said, I always felt terrible about this. She said, we didn't realize what was going on, and that happened. They took him and got glasses, and she said Mark disappeared. He was gone. He was like wandering the woods for the whole day because he said, I could see. He said, I could see the bird. I could see them, everything. And he just wandered the woods because he got new glasses and he could see everything, maybe for the first time or at least again. And I just always thought that was actually a neat story. And she always felt bad because
they let me stay out of school.
Oh, okay.
they kept me home from school and let me just go do what you want to do. And I went to where I always went. And so I was gone all day.
Where were you at then? Were you in Ohio?
We were in Ohio then.
Mark was born in Tennessee. His dad was in the Marines, and he was born down in Memphis area. And
Millington Naval Air Station. Millington Naval Air Station.
Yeah, Millington Naval Air Station. And kind of like Brenda, in a way, Brenda was born at the San Diego Naval Hospital. I don't know I can't remember what it's called, but La Jolla, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
What is it?
Scripps Memorial.
Scripps? Yeah. Scripps Memorial.
I was born in a Quonset hut. Everybody can't say that. Our base hospital was a Quonset hut.
I see. Okay. So anyway, he's been at it quite a long time, and I used to wander off in the woods when I was growing up too. I'd take a book and go back and sit under a tree and just sit and read, and that was one way to hide and read. For one thing, I could read all I wanted to. And my mom used to fuss because I read a lot of history books and some nature stuff too, and she used to fuss at me for always reading what seemed like the same books, and sometimes it was the same books. Because I'd read them over and over again if I really liked them. Not in a row, but she'd recognize them when they came home enough to know I'd read that one before. And I found a quote one time from somewhere, and I don't even know if it's true, but it was that Benjamin Franklin told somebody that it was better to read one book many times and learn something than read many books one time and learn nothing. So I always kind of took that to heart. So
amen.
Mark's got a book or two he reads about every year, and I do too. So anyway, that's just how we are. We're kind of different. Hey, John, didn't know you were still there, and Kay's here too. We
Yeah,
have
so-
been on a long time. Thank you for hanging around.
yeah, thanks, Kay. That was nice of you to say.
That's very true, Kay. We were talking about that earlier. That's what makes the birds with the food all over their bill so unique and interesting, because that's real life birds doing things. I mean, we used to joke about Disney shots. You know, the bird came and posed for you and gave you the perfect shot, usually when you don't have your camera, but we'd say that's a Disney shot. Because, you know, they were famous for having such great photos and big movies and whatnot. But, you know, you get shots that are better than Disney shots. They don't look posed. They look real. That's what I love about them.
John's been tying
John's
flies.
been tying flies.
Yeah, it has.
John, I'll have to get you on here and talk about that. What are you? I'm going to ask you, but we're not going to follow the rabbit. What are you tying for, freshwater or saltwater? And Shelly, I do appreciate you. Thank you very much, and you're welcome to come on anytime you want to. You let me know when we talk birds. And
Oh, thank you. I'm not a morning person, and so I have a hard time making it to see you on Saturday.
Oh, I know. I get other people. There's times when I thought about moving to a different time schedule, but
oh no, do you? You know, that's my thing. Is sometimes I do late Friday nights. Last night I went to bed and decent time so I could be here with you, and my husband took my son into work, so I didn't have to, so I can hang out with you. So
and you've got the internet to yourself. That helps.
I do until about 9:30 this evening. I do.
Yeah. Oh wow. You can get all kinds of good streaming in or whatever today.
Right.
John's tying up saltwater teasers.
Teasers and streamers. Nice.
How big is a 2-aught? Is that? I'm not good with hook numbers, but yeah, that's what I was thinking. But anyway, thanks for hanging around, guys. I'm gonna shut it down. And,
thank you, Tim. I'll go ahead and leave, and you say goodbye to your folks and the friends and such. And it was nice meeting you, Mark.
Good to see you, Shelly. You're very talented. So.
Well, thank you. Y'all made my day. Thank you.
Keep doing what you're doing. I've been bragging on her for a while.
You got the formula down.
Warms my heart, you know, and keeps me going. It's like, no, there's people that appreciate it. I'm gonna keep trying. So.
Absolutely.
Tell your husband to take you to the Southwest in the like springtime, so you can get some of those hummingbirds down. I mean, that would
be cool, but there's so much I still wait for every spring here.
Right.
You know, I hope to get up to Whitefish Point again and try to capture some of these migrations and stuff.
Yeah.
So, yeah. All right. You guys enjoy the rest of your afternoon, your weekend. Much love, everybody.
We'll see you around. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye.
And Marcus, you hang around a minute. And
no, you're just gonna forget me, and I'm hungry.
No, I'm not gonna forget you. I'm just gonna shut down. And I promise I won't do that.
I got food to eat. I'm not gonna stay too long.
No, I'm not.
I'm getting ready to turn inside out here. I didn't eat this morning.
I haven't had anything either. But anyway, guys, thank you all for being here. Should be back next week. I didn't even talk about why I wasn't here last week. I meant to explain that if people didn't know, but I'm still waiting on I had a biopsy on my bone marrow biopsy. I'm waiting on results. Still expecting it to be good, but I would like to know pretty soon. I got my appointment. I did get my appointment moved up to actually this week. It was going to be at the end of the month, February, but it's going to be the 11th. Today's the 5th, so 6 days from now I should know something. Hopefully everything will be good, and I think it will be. But anyway, that's why I wasn't here last week. And but brother, love you, and thanks for coming on. And it was great having you and Shelly here today.
That was fun.
John, glad you made it back, buddy. You're gonna have to come on and talk about your flies. I'd like to see some of these flies.
Yeah. Have John come on.
Yeah, we need to talk saltwater fishing. I need to learn more about it.
I can be in the over here on this side
Yeah.
and do the typey stuff, and John can talk about flies
Okay, we can do that.
and
All
red fishing and whatnot.
See y'all later. Have a good Saturday and the rest of the weekend.
Love you,
Bye-bye.
bud.